Right. So yeah, anybody want to kick it off and share a little bit about their character before we get going?
Jake, do you want to go first? Your character. Tell us about your character.
Yeah. I can't hear him very well, but if we want to just relay what he's sharing, that's great.
You are very loud.
Yeah. Feel free to be really loud in this game. We could all be.
I'm really good at
All right. Fair enough. Good stuff. And and then I don't know if Joseph named the characters or if you want to rename your character. Is
No, I'm done with the names.
fine with the names. Okay, so we've got Roth there. Telos, the dwarf paladin, oath of devotion. Let's go and move on. Let's hear from Joseph. Who are you playing today?
So I'm playing Onos. I am a Goliath Ranger that comes from a well-to-do family. I am fairly solid across the board. I just happen to get really good rolls. So
You the guy who made everybody's character
really
got
good
the
roll.
yeah.
I swear to God, I played it all off randomness. I just happen to get lucky. I've got some spells and things that
Okay.
I can do. I'm very good with animals. I'm fairly athletic. I'm
Okay.
big as so I'm really excited to see what happens because I have no idea.
Sounds good. We're all in it too. We're all in that
Okay,
same
hold on.
position together.
Oh, hold on, here we go. I got it. Hold on. I just found. Sorry, I'm playing with D&D Beyond, so I'm still trying to find all these different things. But just to give everybody a general idea about my character. By the way, we got all the family in here. They're all sitting here watching and listening too. By the way, so
Nice. We got like a spectator crowd.
Yeah.
That's great.
all right. So my Konos is of noble birth. Okay. People tend to think the best of me. Okay. I'm very welcome in high society. People assume that I have the right to be wherever I am. Sounds really normal, right? Common folk make every effort to accommodate me and avoid my displeasure. Sounds like me. Other people of high birth treat me as a member of the same social sphere, right? And I can secure an audience with a local noble if I need to at any time. I am 9'6" tall. I weigh 400 pounds. 40 years old. Tan skin, red hair, white eyes.
Nice.
Man. So I gotta tell people though, like I'm one of those people that if you ever lose my favor, it's lost forever.
Got it. Man of trust and loyalty. All right. Good stuff.
Respect is important,
Yes.
and that's half of all of the things and good.
All right. Thank you
Right.
for.
I am Ross Thunderbeard. Without a doubt, the mightiest fighter you will ever meet. My strength is unmeasured. My valor is unchecked. I am what legends are made of, all stacked in 3'2" height. It matters not what stands in front of me, it will fall by my hammer. I am Roth Thunderbeard.
I like it, Roth Thunderbeard. Awesome.
When
So,
I say a hammer, it is literally just for banging in nails into a wall. But it is my hammer of power. And you will fall.
oh, that is great. I love it. So this is our group, and as we play, we can kind of play with. You guys can make it up on the spot and just kind of role play, maybe with each other, kind of how this group has come to be. But it's a lot of times, whether they've been friends for a long time or maybe they've just been on a few adventures together and they find themselves on this new one here and now, will they seem to be well rounded in terms of how they play off and help each other. Appreciate the characters all introducing themselves. I think what we will go ahead and do is jump into the game. I usually go over a couple things about Zoom. I will say if it's your first time playing on Zoom, I recommend putting me in. I don't know if right now I'm a talking head. I'll put me in gallery mode. Is that the way you guys have it set up right now?
I think so, yeah.
Okay, so you should be able to see me, and then you see another screen with your miniatures, and then you see another one off. Perfect. If we get into combat, and you want, if you're on a big screen and it looks fine the way it is, you can just leave this whole setup the way it is. If you want the combat screen to be larger, you can hover above the right-hand corner of the screen where the three little dots are, and you can click on it, and you can hit pin. And when you pin that screen, it'll get full size, so you'll be able to see the whole board. And then I'll kind of shrink to a smaller head if you guys want to do that. That's one option. And then you can unpin it if you want it to go back to gallery. But if everything looks good as is and you can kind of see everything, then this could work as well. I will go ahead and just begin our story and share a little bit about today's tale takes place not far from the small town of White Sparrow, a little village somewhere in the Sword Coast. Your kind of traditional vanilla medieval fair fantasy world. And I'm going to share a little opening, I call a cold open, about something that recently happened here in this small town. So, give me 1 second here. Today's story, we're going to open on a figure, a humanoid, cloaked in dark, shadowy garments. The garments are kind of adorned or accentuated with deep red. He's accompanied by two others, and he sits on a rock as there's a slow pitter-patter of light morning rain. We'll call him the cultist for now. But this cultist, a young man, maybe no more than 20, 25 years old, has one side of his face kind of slumps down. You can tell that this disfigurement has caused him great pain, and he writes in this book rapidly, and we hear his inner thoughts as he says, "Mother, I'm glad you are not here today. I have recently achieved great power. And all those in White Sparrow who did me wrong so long ago will now feel my wrath. I now am able to pay them back for what they've done to me. Do not cry for me. I am not lost. This only brings me closer to the everlasting night." And as he finishes inking, he closes the book, stands, and these three figures begin to walk into the center of the town, and they begin chanting. And as his hands go skyward, there's a sudden wind begins to rip through the village and smashing the shutters and sending the clouds rolling through the streets. And suddenly, dark, as he's speaking these dark words, these deep purple lightnings begin to strike down. The first person being hit is the blacksmith, Eldith, who is blown back into a mound of hay, scorched and dead. And you could tell that this attack is being brought with great anger on the city by these three cultists and this young man. And as that lightning is crashing and crashing and people are screaming for help, the tavern doors burst open and out walk you three, facing down with this group there in the middle of town. Before you can jump into action, we will crash to black and share today's opening credits. 1 second here. They might look a bit choppy, but I'll make sure they're quicker when you'll send them to you a little bit later. But you should see my screen here now. Moving a little slow, and you should be able to hear sound. You can always yell up, pipe up if you don't. Welcome to today's tale, Dawn of Shadow. So, as you are all there standing in the streets, what we realize is that this entire scene that has just taken place, that we've just seen in our mind, is actually a flashback. This was 3 days ago when you had visited the town and it was attacked, and these three cultists there stood before you. I'd like the group to, no rolling of initiative, no rolling of dice. These cultists were no match for you. They picked the wrong day to go into town this way, and so why don't you guys describe or let me know how you dispatched of them or what you did? And that in any order. You guys this is free open role play, almost like think of it as a flashback.
So, Roth Thunderbeard, you find him kind of like smashing away at like just mushed remains with his tiny little hammer, screaming, "Have at ye, you fools!" When in reality, he's not done very much, but he feels like he saved the day. His tiny little hand is just raining down blows on work that's already done.
Yes.
Behind it. If you were to pan out from this flashback, you would see two very larger heroes bloodied and maybe, put way more effort in. But Thunderbeard is just kind of like, "Come, join in, big guys, come on."
Nice.
Now, Honos, before this, watching Raw smash away with his hammer, as Honos is already bloody from having taken out both of his short swords and laid melee to the first person that he could get his hands on, lobbing off limbs. And once each limb was gone, he put his short swords away and went to work with his fist until there was nothing left but a bloody heap.
Wow. And I imagine Jake did some work in there too. Jake, what'd you do to that one cult? How did that last cultist fall?
going in with
Love
my going in with the
Nice. And so you dispatch of all three of them.
You mean Roth? Roth dispatched.
Roth
did it all.
Roth did a healthy. You know what? Roth was the final blow that took down the one that was really casting the heavy lightning down.
That's what Roth did.
And so Roth is kind of standing there heaping with that little hammer, bloody. And in this aftermath, what you all found, a quick search of eventually the people, after looking at the boy, the young man in his face, they recognize him as Theron, a stable hand who lived in the village, who had left maybe a year ago and joined this cult called the Cult of Dusk. So now these are some of the things I'm going to share that you really were able to pick up just in the moments thereafter. You found a rough map drawn on bleached parchment. This marks a route from the village to what appears to be an observatory about 20 miles away. The sheriff there, Ruth Willowsmane, asked you to go to those ruins to inspect and ensure that this dastardly cultist, that there's not another group or that no one else will return. She's willing to offer you 100 gold to split as you will. Actually, 150 gold to split evenly amongst you, between you all. And you also find that from talking to the townspeople that this Cult of Dusk, supposedly, that Theron, this young man, entered into, is a religious order that everyone knows about. They're pretty much people that worship the night, but they've never been known to be violent. Theron Blackfoot himself was, like I said, a stable hand, and he left to join about a year ago. Now, also, someone mentions that they did see a group heading out towards that old observatory in the nearby mountains in the northeast. And in the recent days, there has been a lot of thunder. You hear those distant rolling in the back that's been heard from that direction of the mountains. So, in addition to this flashback, I'd like you all to give me, you can give me, a investigation check from everyone. And this investigation check, you can either give me an investigation check or you can role play what other questions you might have asked. I might go off of I might not even make you make a check if you kind of give me what you're looking for and it's like really good. But tell me what else you might have asked about this situation so that I can kind of clarify in this flashback. What else? And there may be some more information that you may get from this.
Roth, Sheriff, have we seen any of these other vagabonds recently wandering around, causing any trouble?
Oh, yes, and that's the sheriff and the people of the city.
Yeah, have they seen any of the other kind of, if this has been the first instance of people in town?
Yeah. Can you give me an investigation? Give me a charisma check. Just straight charisma.
Oops. 1 second, sorry.
Nope, no worries. And then while you're doing that, if anybody else wants to pipe up.
Nat 20.
Nat 20, okay. Awesome.
Yeah, first dice rolls at Nat 20 on my birthday.
So Roth just kind of goes to work asking these questions, almost investigating, looking around. And Roth, what you find is that a woman pipes up, a lady who lives in the town, and says, there was this kind, middle-aged man, goes by the name of Orvin, and he once passed through White Sparrow. No one really got to know him except Theron. It seemed that Orvin was quite fond, and Theron was fond of Orvin because the man listened to him. And you also learn that lately you've heard there. She's heard some rumblings that this cult of dusk had been having talks about bringing night into the world for all eternity. So that is what Theron is with Roth is able to decipher. What did the rest of our party get on their investigation?
Just before everyone else investigates, Roth's like, okay, tally ho, and he holds up his little hammer and just says, no need for a reward, and just marches off.
Nice.
Like, not fuss, just for the good of everyone, and he just walks off.
If the party doesn't need anything else and they just want to follow Roth, they can. If they want to, what's Honos thinking right now?
We were rolling on investigation, yeah?
Yeah.
I had a 13.
Okay. And so you found that in weeks past, a group of monks, priests had come through Whitesboro dressed in black and these deep red, almost purplish garments. And also outside the village, it appears that one of them had summoned like a shadow spirit, and witnesses described them kind of praying to this creature before it slipped back into the rocky ground and disappeared. Now, as I share that, we would move forward in time. 3 days, now we are in the present. And now you are all have picked up on the journey that Roth accepted gladly for everyone, heading towards this observatory for Sheriff Willowsmane. And as you travel over this environment is what's your environment of choice? Is it forest? As a ranger, Honos, how do you? I imagine you lead the party through the wilderness. Is it open plains? Is it forest? Where are you most comfortable? Is it mountains?
I am most comfortable in the area of
Good stalling so far.
If you don't got it, you can make it up. Don't worry. I got you.
I'm actually very, very nature oriented, but I'm very good in the swamp.
Got it. So it almost feels like it could be a swamp, even though you're in these hilly side plains close to the forest, and in the like the townsfolk told you, ever since the stuff has been going on, you have just noticed the sky is just a bleak gray. And it seems to be constantly lightly raining, and so as you travel, you can see the peak over the edge, you over the kind of some of the gray clouds open, and you see this large peak, and you can see like a natural forming rocky stairs that lead zigzagging back and forth to the top of this cliff that is probably 200 feet up. And on the top of that platform, or that plateau there, is the silhouette. And this is kind of like midday here, the silhouette of that observatory. You know that you're close to your location.
How far away are we?
You are probably half a day's march, which is about 4 hours from the location.
How many miles?
Say 3 hours an hour, almost 12 miles away, 10-ish miles away, it would appear. You could approach this place by nightfall, or you could make sure that you go in, you can wait, camp out and go in the day. Which would I don't know which you would prefer to do, you and your partner.
Maybe I could ask Roth. Telos, you guys can see well in the dark. Am I right?
Roth holding up his hand and says, "Come on, tally ho, big boy, let's go. Just onwards and upwards."
So they begin to march, and as they head in this general direction, is there any kind of banter? What is the relationship like between Roth and Honos and Telos? Just giving them a moment as they feel free to open roleplay as you guys are, heading on that direction. Anything that they share or talk about, or anything like that.
Roth thinks he's the leader. Let's go, boys, tally ho. And he often might need a little check from someone bigger, who is most people. But he never takes it as an insult. It's like, oh yeah, well, maybe you are right. Maybe we should hold fire and kind of think things through, big guy. Yeah, good shout.
And Honos constantly has to just politely pick Roth up from his back and say, wait. I know that you will do all the things that are needed to be done physically, but I would much appreciate it if we could take a second and try to think before we run. And he seems to respond well after a slight prodding of, being 9 feet up in the air.
My character Roth is very heavily built around the angry little frocks in David Bowie, The Labyrinth.
Mm-hmm.
David Bowie. So that's what he's built around. He's like, no, let's go, tally ho. Even though he's tiny and has no idea what's going on. That's what he is.
So Honos is like, kind of rolls his eyes again as Roth pushes forward, and if I'm ever moving too quickly, feel free to slow the pace down or keep it. It's you all story. It's you all, you own it. So as you travel, you finally get close to that crumbling stairs, and it takes you about, let's say with, give me Honos, give me a nature check, a nature skill check. And you're welcome to roll on D&D Beyond or roll dice if you got dice there. I trust what you guys roll, and so and that's for Honos, just for the ranger, because this is to see if he can get you there in a shorter
Shit!
amount
I
of
just rolled
time.
another nat 20. I just rolled another nat 20.
Nice. Unfortunately, Roth is not making this nature check. It's just Honos.
Oh, Honus, you got to roll a nature check, big guy. Hold on,
Sorry, Roth. I made you waste a nat 20.
No, shit.
Oh, you know what? I'll attribute Roth's nat 20 is him helping you in this process. So that will give you advantage. So you can roll 2d20s and take the highest result. So Honos, your first roll looks like it was a 4. I saw here.
Yeah,
He quickly cleared that.
I don't know what you're talking about.
So you get to roll again because of Roth's natural 20.
Now my nature, I got a +6 on. Yeah.
All right. Yeah. D&D Beyond tallies it up for you. So I saw it's 11. So as you travel, you find yourself, you make it in just under 3 hours from the middle of the day. So it's around. You're able to like cover some of that flat ground, but then you start to realize there's another hour climb to the top of this mountain. So it was probably one. So it's around. It feels like it's getting really late, but it's around like 5 in the day. It's in autumn, so the sun will probably set around 6:30, 7 o'clock. And this set of crumbling stone stairs lead up the side of this sheer rocky cliff. And at the top of the ruins of there's this old 3-story observatory that stands precariously along the edge of this 200-foot drop on the other side of the canyon there. There are no right angles on this thing. on this structure. Almost looks like it could have been an old wizard's tower. And interesting, what you also spot in addition to that is directly in front of the tower is a makeshift campsite. And it appears that there are a few tents. Now, you don't see anything that resembles that someone was here recently, right? So you don't. There's no smoke from the campfire. There's several kind of stone circled up pits of where fire was generated. Those are all out. Bunch of ash in each one of those. There are some bed rolls and things like that left behind, which means that whoever came here is still probably around, because they have not, their tents are still up. There's 3 tents, a couple of bits of gear here and there. So as you see this, what do you do? And so if you see here on this scene, I'll turn it over to the party. What do you guys do?
Roth puts his tiny little arms out and just about blocks like the shins of both of the players. He's like, whoa, guys, whoa, time to go a bit stealthy here. And he tucks up into a little ball into a forward roll, but doesn't really get anywhere forward. And he pops up into like secret squirrel mode. I got this. And then that's it. That's all he does. He just kind of freezes in the middle of nowhere.
Honos, tell us, what are you all thinking? So it sounds like Roth is saying we should, be stealthy here. The rest of the party?
Yeah, man. I am. Wait, you're a big, heavily armored paladin. You're going to do a roly-poly behind me.
Wait. I'm out. What are you doing? Oh, wait. What kind of paladin?
It was.
How tall are you? He's 4 feet tall.
He's massive in comparison. He's still a giant.
Yeah,
A stealthy athletics. Oh, shit! You pulled that off. Oh, DM didn't ask. Sorry.
What did he roll?
26.
Roll on his stealth?
Yeah.
So the clanky, heavy paladin is. Now, paladins typically roll. I tell, especially if you rolled that at disadvantage, because paladins roll it up. But I'm going to take that 26 and say that he's being very stealthy here, as much as can, just moving that armor as light as possible. Can I get a stealth check from Roth and Honos?
This is where I might have gobbed off.
This is where we run on plus.
So if you just click on stealth, it'll do it all for you.
Yep.
Stealth. Oh shit! Why do I get a disadvantage?
Wait, I rolled it. Did you see it?
Let me just go shout it out, because sometimes I'm not on the screen. Oh, you got a 19. I see Roth got a 19, and then a 6. And then Roth has disadvantage on stealth.
Yeah, well, I rolled twice, so I got.
Special.
Yeah, so I got 16. So I got 16 still, man. I am secret squirrel in this shit, aren't I?
Yeah. So you who's got the highest passive? What's your passive perception for everyone? I'm looking at Telos here. I see he has
16. Sorry, Honos has 16.
Okay, so 16 is for Roth and so 16, 16, and a 26 from the heavily armored as you guys seem to be, it's either you're being extremely stealthy or just no one's around. As you're not, nothing is, you look around, nothing's happening. I see Telos has a passive perception of 10. Anybody have higher than that?
No, I've got 8.
8? Okay.
Is that what?
Oh, hold on. Yeah, my passive perception is 16.
16. Okay. So So Honos, being from the wilderness and just eyeing the rock formations around you, um, so you see the structure in front of you, which is the observatory where they told you to come up here and check around, take a look. I think that you naturally are still looking for threats while you guys are moving very, stealthily through this camp. You look up to the windows on the second, third floor, and what you're looking for, in this place is you're looking for anyone that might be there hiding with a bow and an arrow, and you get the feeling that if there were any threats, they could easily be there, but you don't see anything. So it seems to be clear right now. You do get the feeling that maybe the party should, until you feel more comfortable, stay in this mode of stealth. But yes.
Could I run a spell?
Yes. Of course. What would you like to do?
I'd like to find trap.
My camera arm broke this morning. I'm so frustrated by it. So my camera's just moving around more than usual. So bear with me.
That was
Well,
good.
we're very excited.
So yeah, what were you saying? You were going to cast a spell, Honos?
Yeah, I have a find trap spell. It's a second level spell.
Okay. You want to burn the second spell? Yeah. So
Cast it first.
But wait. I have a detect magic and I've got a find trap. So
which one of those do you think which one would you rather use?
Can I detect magic for my first level spell?
You can.
All right, I'm gonna do that.
So what is it? When you cast detect magic, I usually like to ask my players. It's one thing to read the rules. You read the description of the spell, but like, how personally, what does that spell look like and feel like to you as a ranger? Like, how does a ranger detect magic? Right? Does he feel the wind? Does he channel this kind of Mother Earth, power through him? Is it? I don't know. Is there an aura to him when he does this? His eyes change color. Tell me a little bit more about that.
I got you. So, as for being very stealthy, and I got little dwarfs fumbling around at my feet, I'm gonna bend my knees, take a very deep breath, and as I exhale, I'm gonna bring my hands together, and as I bring them out, I pull everything I can from nature around me, try to detect anything that could be a threat within 8 feet as possible.
And so as you do that, you do detect magic emanating from the three piles from the fire pits. They're not burning, but you detect something there. Whether it is sinister, good, evil, that you don't know. You could investigate further. Now, I think with the passive perception, you'd use your passive perception of 16. I'm going to say Telos, even with that 10. Telos, the dwarf, since you're being so stealthy, what you notice is that in one of the pits, there is a burned parchment of paper. And it looks very similar to the book that you found on the young man, Theron, who you all have recently gotten rid of, the cultist that you dispatched back in White Sparrow. That book that he was constantly writing in, it appears to be a couple pages from that. What does the party do? So you realize there is magic emanating from them, from the fire pits. I don't know if you investigate further, if you guys continue on. What do you do?
We're going to pick them up.
So, you're going to pick them up. So as you pick those up, there appear to be a bunch of them kind of burned in that pit. They seem to be written in the same handwriting as Theron. in which he wrote obsessively about the works of Orovin the Dusk, this man, you know, kind of praising him. And he describes Orovin's decade-long hunt for the ancient library and the journey that brought him to this observatory. The library is said to be huge in scope and exceedingly dangerous. Now, when you look around you, that observatory clearly couldn't. The way he describes this library, is that the place? It doesn't seem like it's huge in scope, other than it's 3 stories. And he says, he goes on to say that legends that talks about legend that Theron had clearly there's some other legends about the Cult of Dust that he committed to memory that he also wrote here. He talks about how the library holds a book of shadow, a tome containing ancient and terrible rituals that Orovin hopes to use to bind the world and bring about the world of shadow and light together, creating an everlasting night. You also find along in that pit, you discover looks like shards of obsidian that are broken, shattered in each of the pits.
History.
You want to do a history check? Yeah, give me a history check.
Rolled a 7.
7. There's something about these shards, but being a paladin, knowing a little bit about religion and history, Telos, you know that maybe from talking to the people in the town, and you're starting to make the connections that some cultists will often use something as like a focus, and that these shards are often of these obsidian are broken, and maybe a spell or a ritual is put over them to possibly cast protective agents while they camp. So you realize that these shards could have been for that. And then so that's and tell us what you also realize is that like I said, the one of the shards in the is not broken up, it's almost still whole, and it almost looks like it's in the shape of a black dagger. It's like a small little dagger, unbroken. That's what you find. Do you take the dagger or do you leave it? What'd he say?
He's not talking loud enough.
Okay, yeah, no.
He wants to take the dagger and kind of slide it into his belt, or the dagger-looking obsidian, keep it for later.
Nice. We'll have to have. We'll just have Roth. You can translate. We were like just gotta reshare anything that he shared.
Shout loud.
Yeah.
He's sat right next to me as well.
So Telos picks up the dagger, kind of wraps it, and slips it into his pouch. Suddenly, all the pits, like they all light up. But the fire burning in each one of the pits is not natural. It's a deep purplish energy, and slowly there's not much sunlight, but suddenly all 3 of you cast a shadow. And as you see the shadow on the ground that looks like you, it kind of begins to deform and become more sinister with these clawed-like hands, and it separates from you. And as the shadow separates, these 3 shadows begin to like elongate and lift, like almost like peel off the ground into these spiritual kind of, specter-like energies standing before you. Roll initiative as these shadows move in. So here's where we will roll initiative. I will ask, put the...
Oh, oh, God.
Oh yeah, because you're not telling me to roll for. No, just roll for me. Roll for 9. Right. I rolled a 13. Rothko rolled a 13.
13 for Roth. Let me put that in here. All right. What about Telos? Telos? What Telos get? 13?
Telos 16.
16? All right,
16.
nice. And then Honos?
17.
17. All right, so as we kick into high gear here, this first round, I've got Honos going first, Telos going second, and then Roth. And then you immediately all feel that you've got to jump, even because they're moving so slowly as they're kind of bringing themselves into this material realm. Honos, what do you do? Am I breaking up? Can you?
No, sorry.
Okay.
We're...
Yeah, I hear Roth great. Sometimes I maybe Joseph's not talking right now, so maybe say something, Joseph. Just make sure I can hear you.
I got
Okay,
you.
I hear you fine. Okay, cool. Just making sure.
All right, this is
Here-
one of the things that I still have a hard time with when we hit initiative. I basically shit myself.
Okay, so you are a ranger, and being a ranger, we go to your character sheet here.
But
And you're welcome, Roth. You're welcome to
I'd
help.
like to take
him
my
out.
first action. And my first action, I'd take a short sword, and I'd like to try to lob somebody's head off if possible.
Yep. So you got the two short swords. You've got the longbow. At level 5, you've got 2-weapon fighting. So so what you're able to do is if you bring out both of those swords in this attack, you can make two different attacks, right? But with the 2-weapon fighting, with these, as long as they're both the same type of weapon, which in this case they are, the short sword. The second attack, though, you're not able to add the modifier to it. So, for example, your short sword is a +6 to strike because it's your proficiency. I think at level 5 is 2 plus your strength, which is 3. No, it looks like you're getting a +6. Yeah, so you're probably using the.
Yeah, I rolled a 7.
Okay, 7. So you rolled a 7. So 7 plus your 6.
No, I rolled a 1 + 6.
You rolled 7.
Oh, you rolled a 7. That's gonna miss. So now you can make a second strike, but this one will just be with your strength. So just with the +3 added to it.
That's embarrassing. I got another 7.
Another 7. So you're just, and as Honos goes to work. If this was, I imagine, some kind of bear creature, goblin, he would have lopped this thing's head off. But you find yourself fighting this specter, and then it kind of just, almost like a shadow, it moves like you and mimicking you. It's throwing you off. You just can't land a hit on it right now.
Can you just hear Roth in the background, like this little laugh, like, you giant fool.
As this happening, we move. Unless you got a bonus action or anything else you want to do with your turn here, Honos, I think that uses your main action as you were able to try to strike with both of those swords and miss. You can't cast a spell. I don't see anything with bonus action here. Yes, I think you're done. And then we move to, and you guys can also take note of the initiative at this point. So Telos is next. And tell us you are this dwarf here, clad in heavy. Oh, sorry. You are this guy here, clad in heavy armor. Depending on which screen you can see, you can see top-down view of him. This is Honos, who's rushed in, attacking one, and these are the three shadows.
Go attack. Beautiful.
What are you gonna do? As a paladin, you've got a couple spells. You also can rush in and strike.
Hold on, he's just trying to get into a position to actually be able to be heard.
Oh yeah, no worries.
He wants to run forward with his battle axe raised, and he wants to slam it down on its head for his headery figure.
Sounds amazing. So rushes forward, battle axe coming out. Give me that attack strike, that roll. Tell us. 16. Telos is not failing today. He's showing Honos how it's done.
And you run in laughing.
Yeah, as that axe. So Telos, your axe strikes. You strike over the top, down through the creature, and as you go through it, it feels like it's almost like you don't feel like you're hitting anything, but right in the middle of it, there's a power orb or a surge that kind of crackles out, and as you strike that point, it shudders. It kind of like shifts, and you hear a spirit kind of scream out. Go ahead and roll damage.
Yeah, boy.
Okay. I got it.
7 damage. So the creature takes that 7. And you can tell the way it shudders that it is really hurt. Another blow like that could even finish it. At level 5, does Paladin have a second strike? I think so.
You should have second attack.
Yep, you have a second attack. Yep.
And then go. That's right now.
Swinging again
Yeah.
And
for a 15. That does hit. Roll more damage now, as this could be the end of this creature. Whoa, another 7. Tell us how, whether Dad wants to, if I don't hear him, you can always tell me what he says, but how do you want to finish this? This is it for this shadow. You've taken one out of the fight. What does it look like as you finish it off?
down my butt. Oh, let my son away. It's mine, not yours.
Nice. What was that? So as you do that, amazing move there. It turns into smoke, just like blasts into smoke, and then little bits of that obsidian rain out of the sky, almost like small little particles, as one of them is no more. Roth, you see that camera pans over to Roth, pushing in on you. What do you want to do? And actually, unless Jake had a bonus action you want to do, we would move to Roth. Otherwise, I think I'm looking at spells. I think he's good. Yeah, I don't think he looks like he can cast Protection of Good and Evil, or no, that's an action. A Sanctuary, which is a bonus action. So, okay. That wolf is way too loud. What's that?
So, Roth, like, whoa, save some for me! Drawing his tiny little, like, what we would call like a nail hammer.
A nail hammer.
but he doesn't charge the closest one. He runs to the Goliath's help, like, don't worry, Honos, I've got your back, and like jumps across.
Leaping across, leaping over the stump there.
Yeah, that's it. Well, he's kind of like, he's going for a run up it to jump down.
Yep.
Like how it goes, we have no idea. But
I
he's got
love
his
it.
tiny little hammer raised, and as he leaps off the top of the little stump, he's aiming to rain his tiny little hammer down on the top of the apparition.
Love it. Go ahead and give me the strike.
With my tiny little hand hammer. Oh, 16. 16 totals.
16 will hit.
Yeah! So you just see this. Oh, shit. And I roll a 2 damage. That's
And
showing the power of my hammer.
So suddenly there's this, like, we see a shot of that little hammer connecting, like, boom, across like the jaw, if there was a jaw, on this humanoid shadow, and you see the head kind of snap back in slow motion. But in reality, what Hono sees is like the hammer go boop, like right into the thing's head, and it shudders for a second, and it takes 2 damage. It is still kicking.
As I land, hammer ready, I'm like, sorry, you still there? As he lands on his feet, he's like, can you handle more, apparition? And he goes to whack it again, but more like towards the chin.
There we go. Second attack.
And we get a 19.
It's gonna do it. It's gonna hit.
Oh! And I roll a massive 7 as I thunder into the shin.
7 is the roll of the day so far. So this another number. Another amount of damage. This time that shin, this creature shudders more and it shrinks. It almost buckles over as though if it could fall down, it would go prone. And you're watching it shrink before your eyes. You're watching, Honos is watching this little gnome just do multiple damage while he's like, what? Looking at his sword. It's like, what happened? The creature is definitely hurt. Roth, is there anything more that you can do there, or is that in your turn?
Roth just looks up at the big Honos like, feel free. And he like shakes his little hand hammer. Like, feel free to join in, big guy, when you're ready.
At that moment, the creature that's just been hit by Little Roth kind of swings downward, but doesn't hit, like, just kind of like almost like that claw was going to strike him, but he actually sees the big Honos in front of him, and it reaches out to try to like grab him by like the throat, and so he will make the strength drain attack. The creature rolls. And gets an 8. I know that's not your armor class, so you were able to step out of the way of that easily, Honos. That is, so as it attacks, the one right behind it moves in on Honos as well and makes an attack. 13. Does that hit you or no? I don't think it does, but just check it.
What number?
So you look at your armor class, Honos. What is it?
Sorry, Malcolm, you froze. My armor class is 14.
14. So barely tried to connect with you, doesn't get you. You're okay. Top of the second round, as this battle is happening, you guys are clearly got it under control. Suddenly, you hear a bolt. You hear the whip through the air. Honos recognizes it as an arrow coming in hot, and it's being shot at Telos. The bolt lands in the ground next to your feet, Telos, missing you. And you look back up, you realize it's coming from the second story of the tower. And you see a humanoid figure after just releasing the arrow, trying to go back, trying to hide. But you now know there's someone up there. Right at that moment, the second person moves out, takes a shot at Honos. Rolling terrible for a 10. Lands against another one, pierces the temple. I mean, the temple, the tent beside you. So now you know that there are definitely two figures up in that tower. Honos, you're now up. So now there's two figures before you. Now Honos, Telos, Roth, and then the shadows. Go ahead, Honos.
So as I notice the arrow hit my feet, I am livid. But because the apparition is still in front of me, I would like to swing my axe or my short sword right through its middle, and I'm aiming for what I felt was the obsidian piece that may be powering them through the middle.
Okay. Go ahead, make your attack.
$17.
17 hits. This time, it's you're starting to get your wind as the blood starts pumping here. Go ahead and give me that damage.
9.
That will 9 damage. So you slam right, like you said, into the middle there, and you feel that chunk, and you see a bit of like that purple surge in his chest as it's backs away from you and tries to clutch at its chest. Do you have? And you can go ahead and attack again because you have like two weapon fighting.
So now that he's backing away, I'm going to take my other one. I'm going to do a little 360. I'm going to take the sword as my back is turned to the apparition, and I'm going to stab backwards, trying to get it in the exact same place, but with a no-look jab.
You got it.
If I miss this, I'm going to feel like an asshole. Now, I roll with the +6 again? Oh, no.
Roll.
No, this is the one I roll off the
+3.
11.
So as you go back swing, everything you just described, kind of it steps away for 11. It steps away right before the blade lands, and you miss there.
From just below his knee, he hears, "You ass hat."
Suddenly, as we whip around, it is Telos' turn. Telos, you see the two creatures attacking your companions, your mates. What do you do? Which one do you go after, or what do you want to do?
So he wants to disengage the apparitions. He wants to kind of pull a javelin, and he wants to get into a ready position. So if he sees the archers, he can launch one of his javelins as like a ready stance. If that makes sense.
Yep, that makes sense. Does he want to take up some cover? And because he actually killed one, so he has no apparitions around him. So he could take cover behind the tent, or over here, you'll take a little cover behind the rock. But or he could just. The shots are.
Best line of sight, he says. So, like, if it's behind the stone, it's behind the stone.
Okay, cool. You got it. This is perfect line of sight from right here.
So,
and you.
Sorry, go on. No, go on.
No. So sorry. It's probably a little disconnect. So when we're like speaking over each other, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
So that
as little Roth watches the dwarf ready javelins, he starts patiently attacking Honus's foot with a hammer, and he's like, "Throw me, throw me, throw me, throw me, throw me, throw me." Throw me to the window.
So I pick his little ass up and I launch him as hard as I can.
All right. So now here, I like this. Allow it. It's something that you could throw him, but on your. It's not your. So Honos, you've already gone. So it's not your turn. You can't throw him this turn. Roth can start to if you want to be thrown on this next round,
I want to kind of climb up, like as I finish him, as I call him an asshat because he missed his sword throw. I'm gonna kind of climb up and I'm gonna bear hug his fist. So as he like hammer blows up, in theory he should just throw me. So I'm currently just like clinging on to his massive fist, like using my hammer as a grip with two hands. And I've got like feet locked over his wrist, ready to just be launched.
Don't judge me, GM. I'm gonna use you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna use a lot of rule of cool in this game.
Oh yeah, no, do what you want, man.
So what I'll say is, just for the sake of time, so we don't have to wait for a whole nother turn. What I will do, if you're willing to throw him, Honos, you can use your turn from the next turn instead of attacking next turn. You can make, because it's going to take most of your effort. It's going to take most of that 6 seconds for you to pick him up and launch him. It's going to take your action. So do you want to do that now so that Roth can get launched?
Let's do it.
All right. Just give me the strongest athlete. He's a little guy, so I'm going to give you advantage. So you are going to give me an athletic, strength-based athletics check to toss little Kronos. Little Roth.
Well,
12.
12 for that strength.
I might be hitting a wall.
No, I actually want a strength check from Honos because he's throwing you.
Yeah, Honus rolled a 12.
Oh, rolled a 12. Man, hold on.
I might be hitting a window.
So Honos, you launch him, and he goes flying up, and you're like soaring through the sky, and this as you land like right here, and there's like a hawk that is perched there, and it flies, and it flies off and takes off. Actually, give me a acrobatics check to see if you can stick the landing there, Roth.
Sorry. I'll athletics, sorry.
Acrobatics. You can do both. You can do acrobatics, or you can do athletics and tell me that you're kind of grabbing on with more of a strength base.
I rolled on athletics. I rolled 13.
Okay.
And on. Oh no! Sorry. Ignore all of that. On acrobatics, I rolled a 16.
Okay. So with that 16 there, you just land like a cat, just boom. And as you come down, ahead of you, through these two windows you can see on one of the cameras that I'm pointing to, like it's a window like right here on that second level. And then you see one here. You see there's an archer here, an archer here. They appear to be humanoid, kind of dressed in the shadows there because it's so dark. You can only see the silhouettes, so you can't see what race they are, but very roguish, very, either hoods and wraps covering their faces. And when you land there, the one that's right here goes, and he looks like, and you hear him just go, oh shit.
While I'm spinning through the air, can I ready my blowgun?
It's your turn, so yeah, you still have. So he threw you. You still have your movement. You still have your action. Go for it.
So as I land, like I literally want to land like a cat, like pow, pow. I'm going to do a little forward roll, which is most of my movement, I imagine. But as I pop out of my forward roll, I want to have like my blowgun ready. So
nice.
As I'm stepping up from my butt to one foot, I'm going to fire my blowgun to the lowest window we can see in front of us.
Yep. So there is they have 3/4 cover, so their armor class is a little higher. But let's see. We'll go ahead and as a guy's trying to like move in slow motion to get behind the cover of the wall, you take that blowgun and make the shot.
11.
It chunks like a chunk of it as it slams into the side of the wall. That old plaster blows out. And you can tell that you from the sound of it you didn't hear so you can tell you didn't hit him.
But he doesn't realize I've got another arrow ready in my. I've gripped it in
it's
my
already,
canine teeth. Yeah. So
go for it.
You little. Press the wrong button. Blowgun. Oh, and this one, boom! I get full spit behind it with a 22.
So you aim not at him now as he's moving you. you with all the force of this blowgun, you aim like to the piece of chunk that you can tell that there's a lot of rot in the wall, and you aim right to where he's hiding, and you shoot, and you hear a go ahead and give me the damage.
Oh, it's not much. It's a 4.
Four?
It's a 4 damage.
Yes. He hit me, and then you hear another female call from the second story. What? You're hurt? It hit me. The little bastard hit me.
Rooting tooting, I did.
Let's see here. So is that in your turn, Roth?
If I have any movement forward, I am gonna push.
Push forward.
If I have any left, I'm gonna push a little bit forward, kind of trying to get below them so they can't see me.
Yep. You're able to like plant yourself
Yeah,
like against the wall. So now it's
suck in, so they've got to really look out to see me.
you no longer really. They don't have a good shot of you any longer. This leaves the last two shadows. One of them takes another swipe at Honos.
Yeah.
For a nat 20, as it grabs Honos by the throat for a 24. And these black veins start to creep along your neck as you start to feel the life kind of draining out of you, this necrotic energy pulsing through you. You take 13 damage, 13 necrotic damage. And your strength score, Honos, is reduced by 1. And
Is that just off the modifier, yeah? Or that's the modifier, isn't it?
that's it's off of not the modifier, it's off of the main number. So
Okay.
yeah, because it's the strength score, and then that score can start to reduce the modifier.
Yeah.
Because if it's the modifier, then if I do this 3 times, he'd be like,
But it does affect his modifier. So he's
It
just
does.
sit down and put one of the kids to bed. Sorry.
Oh yeah, no worries. The other one moves away to move in towards Telos. As it's moving towards Telos, Honos, what you realize, you have an opportunity of attack here, where a creature moves away from you. You can attack this thing with a free action. With a free attack.
13 damage. -1 to your strength. Ready to roll. You can now do an opportunity attack.
As the ghost is moving past me.
So the ghost is moving past you, which means that now, so Honos, Joseph, you get to attack that ghost for moving away from you.
Perfect. As he's going, I'd like to take a giant swing, trying to come down from his shoulder to his hip.
All right, go for it. Give me the attack roll.
22.
Ooh, good hit. So now you're knowing where to aim right for that obsidian inside of his chest. You land it. Damage.
7.
Man, 7 is the number of the night. It's like God's number as you guys are just destroying these things. This one bursts. Boom, another pop. It's gone. Dust raining down. It doesn't, sorry, it was trying to get to, it didn't even get to Telos. It's gone. The other one hit you. Moving to the top. 3rd round. This could be it. As, is Roth in the room, or is he there? Okay. So Roth, as you're laying against the side of there, making sure they can't see you, you hear one of the bandits go, Trish, I want to give up now. This isn't worth dying over. And she goes, all right, we don't want any fight with you. We're putting our weapons down. We're willing to come out. And so, no, the bandits do not fire another arrow this round. Honos, it's back on you now. Then Telos, then Roth. There's only one shadow left.
Just had a question. Didn't I lose my turn?
Oh, you did. So yes, so you lost your turn. Thank you for being honest about that. I forgot. Telos is up. Telos, what would you like to do? So Telos, you hear the bandits. They're giving up. There sounds like, you don't know if they are or not, truthfully, but you hear them kind of waving the white flag. But there is also a shadow in front of you. What do you want to do? You want to throw a javelin at the bandits? Do you want to go attack the shadow? What do you want to do?
Throw the apparition.
Can I send the bandits the ready javelin? Can I throw it between the atlas?
So what did he decide to do?
He wants to throw.
Say again.
Wants to throw the javelin at the obsidian. He wants to throw the javelin at the apparition, trying to hit the obsidian.
Yep. Go ahead and make that attack.
Ooh.
Wow, the 22s just keep coming. Just another slam. This time you guys have dialed in how to destroy these things. Go ahead and give me your damage, Telos. This could be it for the shadow.
7 again.
D&D Beyond's got to be broken today. It's rolling like this. This is great, though. The just enough damage to finish the shadow. It bursts. Raining down. Is there anything else as you slam into it and it bursts away? Is there anything else you want to add to it? Tell us as you have finished off the shadows. So, as things return to some sense of normal, the rain begins to slowly die out. Even the wind almost dies out as it gets quiet. And there you are all standing. Now you know there is still two. You hear these two humanoid figures saying, "We're willing to come out. Please don't kill us. But we don't want to come out until we have your word." At this point, they're completely hidden. Like they have stepped away from the windows to where no one can see them. What is the party? How would the party like to handle this?
Roth, you know, I know it sounds like a strange question. Can Roth tell which way the door opens? Like, can I see where the hinges are?
Yeah, the way it hinges, the door opens inward.
Yeah, it opens inwards. Roth is going to he's going to hide himself to the side of the door where it sways in. Do you know where it means? Do you know where so it would give him longest sight in as the door would swing open?
Yep.
Yeah. So he's going to hide himself away in the corner, and he's going to kind of like, as hushed loudly as he can, he's going to like, bloody hurry up, boys! Come on, we've got things to do.
So Onos, seeing my small friend has tried to rush me, I'd like to jump up to his level.
So you're like leaping, kind of going up the side here. You guys all eventually make your way up to the staircase here. So far, another arrow has not rang out, and so what does it mean? You're being mightily quiet out there. Are you gonna let us live? We're just some bandits. I don't know who you're here to. We're not part of the cult. We didn't.
Weapons out the window. Come downstairs quietly. Come downstairs. Open the door and come out quietly.
Can you give me a persuasion or an intimidation check? They are going to roll. They're rolling at disadvantage.
I want you to know that Roth is very intimidating to size.
I mean, they just saw how you guys finished.
I am intimidating. 16.
Oh, nice.
That voice booms when it needs to.
So it's quiet for a moment, and then out the top window here drops. You see a bow and arrow, clink, a little short bow, And then out come a couple of daggers. Clink, clink. They tinker to the ground. Then out of this window, another short bow. Clink. Then a short sword. All of them clattering. Not impressive weapons by any means. Regular, crude. Nothing better than what you currently have on you. And then the door, you hear some footsteps coming towards you, Roth. All right, I'm coming out. Just me and my lady here. And the door opens, starts to crack. And there, standing before you, is a slender, maybe 5'10", and then the female is about 5'6", and they appear to be bandits. And as he walks out, hands up, pulls his garment down, and he appears to be. They both appear to be like half orc, long ears, more of a greenish hue to the skin, pale, like a light yellow to the eyes. And he walks out. Hey, listen, man, we don't get paid enough for this. You all hella fighters, and we're just watch. We're just watch. And like I said, if you're willing to let us go, we'll move along here. And
First
she.
of all, I'd like to ask, politely or maybe not so politely, what are you doing?
What are we doing? We're trying to make a couple bucks, like I'm sure you are. I'm Rosca. This is Trish. How'd you do? We joined up with this group to guard the staircase here in the observatory, and they're trying to. Say that. What?
Why are you guarding the staircase? You know what you're guarding?
It's been hard to make money, and we decided to play along, like we were interested in being a part of the cult of Dusk, and they told us they would hire us as guards, and we would be kind of starter acolytes of sorts. And so, but it's just getting too weird. All these shivers and weird night shadows, and
with a really as heavy as he can kick to the shin, Roth, who's or behind you, like Roth's like, right, who's at the top of the stairs?
He drops down on one knee. There's no one. There's no one at the top of this. No one at the top of the staircase. That's just our perch. Now, the stairs below. That's a different story. And the door kind of swings, and he points to a hatch, like right inside the foyer there. In this small little, there's a little hatchway and a door that's clasped like a trap door. And he goes, and he kind of points like, they went down there. You can tell that there's dust and stuff that's been moved away, and that it was originally hidden. They have been down there for days now, maybe even a week.
So Roth, still reaching up, kind of grabs the scruff of the orcs, the half orcs, and kind of pulls him down. And he's like, "Do I need keys? And who's down there?"
These storms won't stop. They're, well, Trish, and then Trish goes, there's, I think there were like 15 of them went down with the leader, Orvin. They said something about it the passage leading to the Forgotten Library. They kept talking about the great secrets that are there. That's all we know.
Can I push that to go down?
What does Telos want to do?
He just wants to push past everyone and just like goes
Starts
the
going.
door. Yeah, I'm off.
How does everyone else go? Does everyone just going with him, or?
Like I'm still got the orc like trying to look really tough, like so I don't really know.
Yeah. And you're so funny. This little gnome is like kicked him down. He's on his knees. You're like pulling him by the scruff on his ear. He's like, so do we have a deal? We won't say anything. We didn't see anything. We're off to. You'll never see us again.
But
I hope.
Russ like kind of lets go and like kind of kicks him in the butt and like, be gone, ruffian.
All right. Trish, let's go. And then she goes to pick up her bow and arrow and her dagger.
No.
What, do you expect us to just go into the wilderness with nothing?
Well, you shouldn't have shot me with an arrow.
Exactly.
Fine. If we die, our blood is on you. And then they walk away. And Telos is standing there. Telos, you have opened up that hatch. It drops back, and you can see descending staircase, and someone there sconces little torches along the hall that lead down the staircase that someone has lit before you and that are still burning natural firelight. What does the party do?
As I see Telos start to go downstairs, I like to throw a second level spell of finding traps.
Finding tracks?
Traps.
Okay. So you're casting that spell, burning another spell slot, remember? So do you note that on your sheet? Because you guys haven't taken, so far, no one really took any damage, so you don't necessarily need to take any short rests.
Oh shit.
Actually, sorry, you took some damage, Honos, but you're probably fine. Can you what? Go ahead.
As everything kind of happens, and I see my dwarven friend slam open, I kind of look at the big guy, and I'm like, you need a little help with the black vein stuff you got going on there. Need any help with the black vein? You've been inflicted with this necrotic damage, so that 13 damage you took was so I could use would my second win, would that stop the minus on his strength?
No. Can you give me Roth, actually Roth and Honos, can you both give me, so Roth, give me a insight check. Honos, I'd like you to give me a survival check.
Oh. 5.
5, okay. Honos, what'd you get?
Okay. No. Yeah, something. Sorry.
What am I rolling?
A survival check on your skill list.
Yeah.
Yes. Yes, tell us.
Kind of less respiration on the.
You said perspiration? What'd you say?
He wants to use less restoration.
Yes, that is perfect. That will cure the condition. Great. So now here's so tell us, as you walk over and lay hands on Jake, why did I say Jake? While you lay hands on Honos, you absorb that necrotic energy into yourself, and then release all that negative energy into the atmosphere, and you are restored. Now, your hit points aren't restored, Honos, but that effect is gone. There are two ways you could take a short rest an hour before you head down and that you could use some of your hit dice to restore hit points, or someone could cast a cure wounds or something like that, or You know what I also forgot to share with you all, so it was in my notes, so I will bring this up now, is that Sheriff Willowsmane gave you all, each of you, 1 potion of healing. So 2d4 plus 2, you do have one of those in your pocket. So if you drink that, you chug it, you'll get 2d4 plus 2. That's what you'll get back.
Yeah, I'd like to do that.
Okay, do you know how to roll? So in D&D Beyond, when you don't click on, you can actually, there's a, in the lower hand screen, if you're not on your phone, there's like a dice symbol. You can click that dice symbol and you can like roll the number of D4s that you need and add
All
2.
right.
Or I can roll it for you if you.
Fucking.
No, you get 2d4, so roll another one.
You rolled 1, that's 1d4, so you gotta roll another one.
Oh no, that was 2.
Well, that was 2, you got 2 ones? Okay, so you get 4 hit points back. All right.
Just sitting there laughing at him.
So the efficacy, the strength of that potion was probably, you've drank stronger potions in your life. You're like, whoever made that, it's like a watered down drink. It did a little something, but you feel a little bit.
Did he drink Ross? Was it watered down for him?
So you all have one. So I imagine that he took his own, that Honos drank his own. Does he want to? Now you could, yeah, if your party to give you theirs, you could drink theirs too.
What I meant was Roth was like laughing at him, like, oh, you drank a little boy potion, maybe I've got the big boy potion.
Yeah, I like it. So now, do they continue down into this dungeon? Or I'd like to hear from the party what next steps are.
The dwarf's just gone. Apparently, he's like he's not even watching us.
So at the bottom of the stairs, Telos, you round the corner, and there in this dimly lit room, we kind of see as you come down the bottom of the staircase a chamber. Half a dozen bodies are hacked up. Each of the corpses wearing that black and purple robes. They're all clearly cultists, spread along the floor. There's a giant celestial star map engraved into the middle of the floor. The room is probably 40 by 40 feet. And then there are crystals embedded in each place where there would be stars. And then there seems to be ancient script on there. And in the corners of the room all around, there are 3 suits of heavy armor. And then on the floor, you also see there are pieces of bent up, broken armor and weaponry that match those figures on the floor. There are 2 heavy stone double doors that stand to your left. And as we take it all in, we'll fade to black and take a quick 5-minute break for me to reset the scenario and give you guys a chance to go to the bathroom or get water, and we'll continue. Great job so far.
You need the toilet now.
Good stuff so far.
Thanks,
I'm going to step away for a second. I'll be right back.
Yeah, no worries, buddy. Thank you so much.
Did you do go together? Just
I didn't want him to say.
stop.
I'm going to get more on your seat when I came up. Thank you.
At your birthday game, you don't get to do this.
Exactly what it is. The pit stop break. Well, the main is late. Yes, of course you can. That's what this is. Go. You can have a Code Zero if there is one,
Okay.
but nothing else.
That's nice.
Can you take her to bed, actually? Lies.
That's
I'm not
Tiffany.
playing it.
Lacey's tower is
I am super jealous.
what?
No. Of Gentleman DM, the Gentleman Game Masters, like props and setups are amazing.
Not muted, you know. You
Still
think
pretty
it in
awesome.
your head. Oh, me.
Yeah, but quite. There's only so much like crafting foam I can buy there. Next thing, Stephen, was what? And what did you say after that? Really, sorry, surely it's more comfortable in bed though.
I
Well, stay there. Listening to the story, what's going on so far, Brie?
Green.
Who telling?
Yeah. He was green.
He was-
All.
I think he was. He was playing the character. What is it? Thanks, dickhead.
No, I'm good. Thank you.
Bedtime. What time is it where now? It
No.
is 10 to 12. You're gonna.
There's not.
There was a minute ago, so that means that you will not just take one there. Yes.
We can kill your character. You can go. Just run and have another look.
This one's taken.
Run and have a look. I mean, the DMs are back up.
Big old shells.
Good question. Oh yeah, great song. Love it. Tabletop. Strategic.
Oh yeah.
Well, this is what you do.
Have fun.
Read the books and play. What spells have you cast? Oh, you can cast one. 3 spells. 2 earths. What's the animal friendship? Oh, one that's a test. So it's a rat house.
Dude.
So we start.
No, it's got little lights. You don't have to.
I'm getting some of those little candles, baby.
They're not candle. Like, wow, that green doing that.
Oh, I don't know.
How's that doing that? Oh, it must be in the tiles.
Okay, one more minute, and then we'll get going. Sorry for the long. I was trying to get everything set up.
I mean, honestly, Malcolm, come on, your standards are pretty low. Come on.
Thank you.
Is that a dwarven forge tile in the middle? Like,
No.
how's that?
So these have been Dwarven Forge, even from like I are a little out. Like I hardly ever have buy Dwarven Forge. They cost so much. So what I did, I've started getting that are great. They're WizKids. They're made by D&D's company, Wizards of the Coast, and they're the WizKids tiles. And you can make a ton of different combinations with them. And like one set for like $80, you can build like at least 4 or 5 rooms in a dungeon. So that's kind of nice. And then I use those, and then they on the back side of each tile, they're wooden tiles, so you can build taverns. It's wood and stone. And then on Etsy, I buy these little lights from a gentleman who makes. Yeah. And
That's cool. That.
actually, these 2 lights are a little bit brighter, so let's put those over here.
Cool. Like, oh, got a nerd on.
All right, I'm gonna use a restroom, and then we can jump back in.
No worries. Wow. Shit, rusty shield.
Yeah.
It's come to life. Wow. You're first downstairs. What time were we supposed to play? You are going to have to push through, my friend.
Happy birthday, baby.
Well, that is it. Sorry.
You're getting woken up like on that Thursday.
No, you're not. You're waking up.
All right. I apologize if I seemed a little off. This is my earliest game I've ever run.
I finished just in time. That's my name.
Give me a kiss. Ben, love you.
That's
No,
my
baby.
D card.
I love it.
Oh, dude, yeah.
Charge. Sorry, Malcolm. We are ready. Sorry.
Okay, perfect. This camera's a little dark. So all right, I can always up the light if I need to at some point. Okay, so let's so tell us enters this basement room. It goes down like about a flight, like a full flight of stairs. You're probably 30 feet underground. And as you walk into the room, what you see is what I described is these hacked up corpses lying all around. You might even see some of their silhouettes here lying on this ground. Now, the ground is kind of the floor is emanating with little sparkling energy. But what's different from what you see there is it looks like constellation patterns, like almost like astrology, kind of like signs from the sky. But there's little crystals, and each of the crystals is glowing, kind of pulsing like a star. And there's pieces of armor in addition to those bodies in the room that are all hacked up. So it clearly looks like some kind of fight or battle took place here between the cultists and something else. And then there are those 3 statues, one here, one there, and one here, that are just kind of sitting in these alcoves and these shadows along the edges of the room. There are, around the entire room, there are a ton of candles, like wax, just kind of dripping and drying into the corners and the crevices around the statues. And then, like I said, the double doors that lead further, elsewhere. What does the party do? Investigation.
The dwarf wants to investigate the statues.
Okay. All right. So the dwarf wants to investigate those statues a bit. As you look over the statues, dwarf, you want to give me you can choose either investigation or history.
On
14. So the armors, these are heavy suits of armor, and they appear to have been crafted in a long forgotten style. Each suit of armor has a heavy hammer that it is holding. And you notice a little bit of now dried blood on a couple on the hammers. And you know these to be you get a feeling that tell us that these are animated suits of armor. That good. You could cast I think you have detect. Close. You bring your great battle axe up. You strike down with a heavy might onto the glyph, driving the blade into the ground. And then the radiant light emanates from it as a radiant flash goes out to the room. As that flash goes out, suddenly all the little stars, instead of blinking, they just stay lit. And lines of light begin to connect all of the constellations. And what you realize is that, yes, radiant light is the light from the gods. And as all they light up, the 2 doors open before you, and a bit of sunlight spills out into the foyer there. And you can see a bridge going across to the other side. And at that moment, all the statues begin to step off of their pedestal and move forward out of the shadows. They have these blank humanoid stares on their golden complected armor. And they all take one hand off of their hammer as they start to raise their hammers high, and then they take their hammer off, their one hand off, and slowly point to the door, all looking. And then they slowly drop their hammers and step back up onto their pillars, on their pedestals, and go back to holding. The pathway is clear.
Roth, because this statue would have clearly stepped over him and then stepped back over him. He's like, he looks at the rest of the room. He's like, I think these statues are fucking broken, guys.
What appears, Telos, man, that's amazing. It literally is. If you would have opened those doors without radiant light shining, you would have been attacked by the other 3 animated armors. So great job on keeping the party from a fight. Is there anything else you want to do in this room before you move on? But yeah, that I did not expect that. Tella, you're one.
The bodies, like what the
yeah.
Like
Looting the body. So if you look over them, what you find, you find each of the bodies. You find 6 jeweled daggers. They are They're probably worth about 20 gold pieces each.
Oh,
So, Honos, having avoided a fight there, and Roth, where to next?
Yeah, can we go? Also,
six.
Wasn't it? I think it
No,
was-
6
How many?
diamonds.
There's still. How many sets of doors is there? There was just one, wasn't there?
There's just
we came in
one.
and
Yeah,
this
there's one you came
set of
in, and then
magic
there's
doors.
one that leads
Yeah. Yeah.
out this way.
So let's go.
All
All right.
yeah, can I?
What's your marching order? Who's leading the way? Because the pathway across this canyon, it appears to be only enough space. I mean, it's uncomfortably, two of you could move across side by side, but you'd be standing right on the ledge. So, what's the marching order? Like, who's going first, middle, and last?
Much less.
Who's last?
Telos first,
Tell us first.
then Thonos, and just before we go, the bloodied hammers that were being held, would they be an upgrade on my, like, would I go over and go, and kind of weigh up my options?
They would be it'd be a big hammer for you to wield. Honos, it's a hammer like Honos could probably wield almost uncomfortably as big as it is.
But while these two guys are kind of walking off, I want you to imagine, like the Avengers, where they're all trying to pick up Thor's hammer. That's what Ross doing. He's like,
He's like,
He's like, no, I don't want it. This shit, I don't want it. And he just kind of walks off.
Yeah, I could have taken it if I wanted. If I had.
Yeah, I didn't need it anyway.
And so, as you step outside, you're back outside, but now you're in between kind of like this cavern, this cleft. There's a cold wind that howls through this massive natural cleft, cutting through the stone of the mountain. There's a narrow walkways that follow the walls on the other side of the outmost edges, marked by 1,000-foot drop below you. So anything down here is it's a free fall. It would mean utter death. Carved into the actual stone, I know you see bookcases there, but it's more like bookshelves carved into rock. There are books as far as you can see, and there are almost 30 feet up, just books stacked on stack on stack, and each case or each section has a crossbar of like they're chained into the wall so they don't fall out, and they're padlocked in multiple sections. This is clearly some type of library. These iron chains prevent these books from being removed, and the natural stone bridge that crosses the cleft it crosses to another walkway on the opposite side, where there's also a doorway that's basically if you get on the other side, left or right, leading left or maybe south, there's another doorway that is down there. You do notice something strange. A little pool of blood and a leather sandal sit in the middle of the bridge, right smack in the middle of the bridge. What do you all do?
Does the blood pool lead off anywhere, or is it just literally one pool of blood?
It doesn't lead off anywhere. Just a little light puddle, almost looks like a spurt of light that was dropped down and wherever this person stood.
Speak to the computer. Speak loud.
Honestly, should I
Do
stand?
what you want. Do what you
Can I stand where the blood is?
Say that again, Jake. What? Tell us. What would you like to do?
Can I stand up on it?
Stand on the sandal or the blood spot?
Yeah.
Okay. As you move forward and stand on it, I'd like everyone to give me a perception check. Telos, I'd like your perception check to be at disadvantage.
You'll tell us.
So it,
Yours is at disadvantage.
I do a
Perception check at disadvantage. So roll 2.
9 for Telos.
PM, I got a 4.
4.
I'm on disadvantage.
Say that one more time.
Tell us got a 4.
4. Okay, what did Honos and Roth get?
Honos has had to step out for a minute.
Okay.
He'll keep pretending.
For Brazil, yeah, he's. We can keep going on. What did you get, Roth?
Roth rolled. Sorry, still using D&D Beyond. Skills. No, it's attributes. Yeah, no, I'm being a spoon. I rolled a 17.
Nice. Okay. So, Telos, as you stand on that space, suddenly a little tendril like snaps, and it looks like a branch, like a vine, wraps around Telos' body. Telos is in such heavy armor, but it starts to lift you off the ground. Telos, you are now being lifted up as what appeared to be like a branch of a tree, like an old twiggy tree sitting, I believe, about 40 feet above you on the canyon wall. It almost looks like a tree jutting out, but you start to realize it is some type of creature, and instead of branches, those are like vine-like, and where whatever this thing is, the middle opens up, and there's an eye, a clear kind of red human-like eye in the tree, staring, and then at the bottom of the tree it starts to open up. You see razor sharp teeth that are about to bring Telos in for a bite, as this creature has surprise attacked everyone and gets the surprise round off. Everyone roll for initiative.
Just while Joseph's away, do you want me to play Honos?
Yeah, you can. That's fine.
Okay, cool.
Telos got a 15 for initiative.
15 for initiative. All right.
Oh!
Nice. I saw that. 23.
23. And if you can see Honos, he got 17.
17. All right. So we're going to start the combat here. And so the creature still goes first, even though Roth is so quick to jump, is because of the surprise attack. It finishes off. It has picked up. You want to say anything? So it, let me make sure I know how far my creature is off the ground. So yeah, it's about 45 feet up. The tendril grabs you, to Telos. It grapples you, so you need to try to escape it on your next turn. But you're restrained, and you have disadvantage on strength checks and saving throws. And the creature, I'm trying to think if I can move you. So the creature tendril moves you up, and then tries to bite with a tendril. 25 hit, doing
Oof.
20 points of damage.
How many, sorry?
20 points of damage to Telos. So he's being chomped on by this roper creature that's like 45 feet up above, and then the creature moves, starts to kind of shift, and looks like it's going to slowly, where there would be roots going into the side, it's kind of climbing along the side of the wall very slowly. So it just shifts another 50 feet. As we move to top of the round, Roth, you are up now.
Roth is quick while he's seeing this unfold in front of him. Is excuse me. Is anything in the bookcase area drawing his attention? Like, would anything stand out? Does that make sense? Like, are there any? Would there be anything that his eyes would be locked on to disengage him from the fight? Give
me a perception check. It's going to be a pretty difficult check. I'll even tell you, you're going to need to hit like a DC 18 or higher.
Oh. Perception. One dice. No, 9.
9. So there's like, you're looking at all these books, but at the same time you're glancing back at Telos. There's like no time for that. Yeah. What do you do?
So if while Roth's looking around, he's like, his friend's in danger, still having blowgun in hand, he's going to see if he can aim for the eye.
Okay.
That he's moving in front of him. No, that's what Roth's going to do. Roth's shooting for that eye.
Shooting for that eye. And so, in dramatic fashion, though, where there are no major called shots in D&D rules, I do like called shots. So why don't you give me a sleight of hand check? This doesn't count towards your action. Sleight of hand check to see if you get advantage on aiming at that eye.
Yeah. Oh, sleight of hand got +6. Come on. Oh. 10.
All right. So the eye is pretty big, and so DC 10 with it big enough, you're a decent shot, so you shouldn't miss. So I'm going to give you advantage.
Oh, an advantage on my blow dart bang.
On your blow dart bang, yep.
Oh, well, that's good because I can't roll. It's impossible to roll better than that. 17.
17. Sure. So a 17 hits the eye. The eye closes up very quickly. Give me damage.
4 damage.
4 damage. And so, I will say what you realize is that eye was that it's a soft spot compared to the rest of the armor, the bark armor around it, or bark-looking armor. And then as that happens, as it closes up its eye, almost repelling down, because it almost lets go of Telos. So Telos, this is good and bad, because for a moment you see Telos falling like 40 feet. It looks like if he lets him go, he'll just fall into the cavern. But right before he lets him go, he would have to reach out with in that heavy armor and try to claw at the side of the canyon. It stops. So now Telos is nowhere near the bite anymore, but he's hanging down. He's probably, if this is the creature of the eye in the middle, sorry, I'm using a tree. Could not find my roper today, but he's no longer like in the bite range of the creature. But he still is restrained and held by it. At that moment, Honos can take advantage here.
Honos, having readied his massive longbow, fires an arrow actually at the vine to see if he can snap it.
Oh, at the vine. That's going to be another sleight of hand check to see if he can aim there. Same thing, DC 18 to try to pinpoint. Actually, no. Last one was DC 10 for the eye. I think that's a tougher shot because it's literally a vine, right? So I'm going to go for the 18 for that one.
Oh, sorry. I rolled that, but hang on. Why is it I'm rolling on a... Oh, my Lord. A natural 1, so a 4.
So he fires this arrow, and I'm not giving me something bad for him, but it comes too close to hitting Telos in the side. It almost like glances off Telos off of your helmet, so you hear like a boink as the arrow glances by, and you look back at Honos like too close, wrong, bad shot. Telos is looking down at the 1,000-foot drop below, and trying to keep it together. At this point, it is the Roper creature's turn. It will lash out with another grasping tendril. Now, when so where it's at, I don't have my measuring stick. Let me see something. So with a 50-foot reach, so yeah, it does have a little whipping distance. So it will try to go for. You know what? I kind of put you there, so I'm going to imagine you guys are standing right outside of it. So it doesn't have, because I won't be that make it fair. It's whipping. You see multiple of these like vines whipping out to try to grab you, and it doesn't seem to be able to make the cut, but it does try to bite. It's going to bring Telos back up towards its mouth and make another bite. That for only an 11, which doesn't hit. So he misses another opportunity to take a crap ton of damage. At this moment, Telos, it's bringing itself towards your mouth, and you're fighting from going inside. It's your turn, and you do get you can attack while you're being restrained. You can choose to spend your turn escaping, but you would have disadvantage on the attack. But you'd also have disadvantage, or you can spend your turn attacking it, or doing something else. What would you like to do?
Break the vines, or I'm gonna use athletics to like roll up, like to roll out if I can.
You said to you did I hear you say you want to use acrobatics to try to roll out?
Oh,
Athletics.
Athletics. Yes, that's what's your strength. Yeah, I can give you athletics to try to break free. We'll use your entire action to try to break free. Now, something you got to be prepared for. Even when you break free, you're gonna have to make another check, because you already know by breaking this vine or severing this connection, you're gonna free fall, and this little dwarf is going to have to grab onto the side of this cavern and not fall to his death.
Yeah.
I'm fine with that.
He's good.
He seems like I'm good with it. All right, let's go.
And I rolled 14 for the athletics.
14 for the athletics.
Yeah.
That does it. So you. How do you snap free? Do you do it with your pure dwarven strength? Do you cut it with the axe? What is it like?
Yeah, I pull my arm down. So,
Nice. So, and as you're free, I need another athletics check to grab onto the side as you're free falling. Those 40 feet are coming at you in slow motion. And you need most of your body to hit that. Oh, there it is. Boom! He slams. You take some as you slam against the side, and you're able to hold on. Pull your body over the ledge. Your ribs are aching from the fall, but you landed. I will only give you half of the fall damage because you caught yourself. So from a 40-foot fall. Only 6 hit points of damage. You take an extra 6 hit points of damage, bludgeoning damage. You'll live. You know, you roll over, you're laying on your back, you see the vines are still whipping around, and you realize that threat is not gone. They could easily whip down and grab you again when they get the first opportunity. That said...
While this is happening, you just hear a little tiny round of applause from the other side of the bridge.
Now tell us, I'll still give you your part of your movement, half your movement to stand up since you're prone, if you want. And then you get, I think you have 30 feet as a dwarf, so you would get another 15 feet, which if you're trying to, I don't know if you're trying to run towards the door or run back towards your friends. Yeah, I don't know, or do you want to just stay where you're at?
Can I open the door, please?
You want to open the door?
Yeah, please.
Okay, the door
Run towards it, definitely run towards it.
So you're running towards that door. Since you're so close to these books as you're running, can you give me a perception check?
Perception.
Oh,
What'd you get? Oh, 2. So there's a bunch of scattered books on the ground. You realize right next to you there was a place where the iron bars were broken. Clearly someone was rummaging through the books. You don't have time for that. You almost slip on one of them as you're just trying to get to that door. At the end of the, and so as you rush to that door, that is closed right here at the end, we move from you back to the top of the round for Roth to take an action.
Roth, like while kind of holding his blowgun in his side of his mouth.
Yep.
And reload while he's been round them applauding. He's reloaded with a new dart and he's ready to fire at the eye again.
Very cool.
And a 18.
18. Since he's got that does hit. As it would give me damage.
Oh, is it just a flat 4? It must be just 4.
4. Yep. Takes 4 more damage. Thing is angrily whipping its tentacles out, hungry. You have a feeling when you hit it that it's got a lot more where that you're giving it damage, but it is it's got a lot to absorb. You can tell this thing is pretty strong. You could stay your ground and fight it as you see Telos running to the door, or you and Honos could just try to huff it across. Now you shot it already, and you do get a second shot. So I'm sorry, I kind of cut in there before your second shot.
Roth's kind of like, "Come on, big guy, it's getting a bit boring, this, isn't it?" And he uses his 25 foot of walking speed to start getting across the bridge.
Yep. So now, does Honos do the same, or does Honos dash, or does he take shot?
Can Honos take a dash but scoop up Roth on the way?
Ooh, yeah, I think that's a good.
Just pick him up.
Give me a advantage athletics check. I know it's not hard to pick up you at all. It's more about doing it with the whipping lines, being on the.
He's actually running with his hammer held high, he's waiting for the pickup.
So you're giving me the athletics for Honos. So you're giving me advantage athletics to pick you up.
Yes, 26.
Oh yeah, it was DC 14. He snatches you up. 20, 25, 30. Another 30 feet gets him right to the door.
Hurdles over the door.
The door, boom, just opens Honos rushes past Telos and bursts through the opening of the door. Almost out of this room. There is a big threat. With those 50-foot tendrils, the creature still has a chance to grab someone and bring them back with them. It is the creature's turn. So the tendrils begin to lash out. I hate to do it again, but they're going to lash out towards... Well, actually, it's in reach of everyone. So I'm going to start with someone. I'm going to start with Honos. 26. And it starts to kind of drag Honos back 15 feet. But he's a bit heavier, so he hasn't been able to get him off the ground yet.
Is he dragging Roth back? Because he's holding on.
So Roth, he lets you go. He kind of throws you down. Roth, he's like, ah! As he pushes you out, the next tendril goes after Telos. 17, as another tendril starts to grab onto Telos, kind of dragging you backwards, away from the door. And then another one for... one tendril for the little guy. 17 on Roth. Man, suddenly this thing's rolling high.
Oh my god, we're all in it.
You're all so each vine has one of you, and it's dragging you 15. It had because it was a trap. It kind of scooped up Telos the first time and brought him his mouth, but this time you guys are all fighting it, and it's using multiple tendrils to kind of bring you in, kind of tug a rope as it's trying to pull you off the ground towards its mouth, and slowly starting to walk closer. So from that 45 feet perch, it now comes down to 35 feet. Like it's getting closer. It's like, oh, it's so hungry. Telos is up. So Telos, you can try to get out of it again, or you can try to attack. You can attack the tendril. What do you want to do? You can attack the eye.
I think I'm gonna use Divine Smite again.
Okay.
I think I'm gonna use it
on the tendril or the okay. Now. Okay. Yes. Go. So you want to go ahead? Give me and you can choose Divine Smite after you hit. So the good thing about Divine Smite is if you miss, you don't burn the spell slot.
not.
Oh man, was that a nat 20 or a dirty 20? Okay, 20 still hits. Go ahead and give me that damage, and then roll out your Divine Smite. Let's see what you get.
No. So you roll your battle axe first.
Yep, battle axe damage first. Nice. So it takes another 8.
And 12 damage.
12 damage for the Divine Smite. Nice. So that radiant.
20 total.
20 total. Nice. So another example of Telos slashing, literally cutting the tendril off. Of 4 tendrils, one of them just rips away from this thing and is gone. It doesn't grow back. It kind of, some black ichorish kind of splashes out of it as it tumbles off the side of the cliff, and you unwrap it from your neck, Telos, as that Divine Smite, the blast of radiant light goes out. Now, with one tendril down, Telos, you are free. You could, with the rest of your movement, you could run through the doorway and actually be out of range of the strike of the other 3 tendrils. But you also have 2 friends who are companions who are locked in right now, and there's one tendril just waving.
Do I have multi-attacks? Do I have one more attack?
You have one more attack. That was your first one, right?
Yeah, can I do
Okay.
another attack?
You
Not
can.
Divine Smite to free
Yes.
Roth?
I will. It's my. I forgot. On your first attack, you were supposed to take it at disadvantage since you were restrained. I don't ever go back on roll, so you are free. But this next attack will be at disadvantage. So you're attacking one of the tendrils to free one of your buddies, right?
Roll again.
16.
Oh.
9.
9.
No.
So 9 hit points. You end up cutting through another tendril. Who do you free? Which is it Roth or Honos that you free?
Hono.
Nice.
Hono.
Okay, so Honos is free now. And then do you want to use the rest of your movement to run back to the door?
Yeah.
All right, so you're like, Teplo tells him, like, come on. This frees up, Honos to help out Roth, or Roth to free himself. Top of the 4th round, the creature's going to go 3rd. This could be it. If Roth and Honos can get out of this and get into that doorway, all would be fine.
Roth is like, oh, don't worry, boys, I've got it. No fret. And he brings down his hand axe as hard as he can onto the vine to see if he can kind of smash free.
All right. He will strike it. 10. 10 will not hit. He's like struggling to get out of it.
And he, like, with a little less conviction, he's like, no, don't worry, I really have got this, as he does it again. And not seeming very convincing now, he's like, maybe a little help, please, boys.
He's about to be. You can tell he's being dragged in front of Honos' face. You're being lifted off the ground, like the Lion King, and Honos has to try to grab onto your feet. How would Honos want to hit the? He want to just manually try to rip you away, or go for a strike against the tendril, or shoot at the, what do you want to do?
Honos had his bow, didn't he? So Honos is gonna, like, throwing up one of his Goliath hands. He's gonna kind of try and grab Roth's feet to like pull him out of the vine grip. Do you know what I mean? Like with a forceful jerk.
Athletics check from Honos.
Oh, that's a big plus. Oh, nat 20.
Whoa! So Honos grabs you, pulls you away, as he cradles little Roth like a baby, and he's just like running in slow motion to that door. Unless there's anything else he wants to do, I imagine when he gets to the other side of it, you guys slam those doors shut.
Honus, we just still cradling Roth, like not slams because of his meaty-old hands, just kind of pushes them shut. Like,
Ooh.
God's sake, come on, boys.
And suddenly you can hear some slams against the door on the other side as you can hear those tentacles kind of writhing across it, and they realize they can't open the door, and then it goes quiet again. Now in this section of the room, there's just a long, like 40-foot hallway, and as you start to pay less attention to the wind outside and to the roper that is clearly giving up on getting a meal, it probably snatched up one of the cultists as they were all running by and fed off of that one earlier in the week. Now there's just this 40-foot hall, and the end of it, 2 double strong wooden doors. Even from where you're at, you can hear like some talking, like someone is there. There are definitely people behind this door having a conversation. The door at the end of the hall appears to be slightly cracked, but from where you're standing, sconces lit along the halls, you can't really see unless you approach. I don't know if you plan on bursting in or taking a stealth, taking it stealthily, but it is up to you all.
You've got. I can't say what your character will do. Do you want to do lay on hands on yourself or anyone?
Is Honos coming back? Do we feel like he's going to be gone for a while?
I think he's going to be gone for a while, buddy.
Yeah. Okay.
You have. Oh, hang on. Go back to your actions. You've got something called lay on hands. Yeah. There you go. Lay on hands. Why don't you do that? I'm just going to run to the toilet.
Hands to himself.
What? Say that one more time. He's going to lay hands on himself.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
you start to feel that resounding strength from within you, from whatever God that Telos worships. Starts to feel that strength pushing through him. Go ahead and how many points did you? How many hit points did you get back? All right. Yeah. Also, so if you, as you hear this talking, I don't know if anyone else needs healing. You got your healing potions on you. You've got your healing lay on hands. How would you like to approach this next room?
Roth kind of like throws his potion up to Honos. Try this one, big guy.
2d4 plus 2 to Honos if he takes it.
Hello will throw his as well. Because Talos still has
as well.
Yeah, Talos will give his potion.
So would that be 4d4 plus 4?
Yep, 4d4 plus 4.
Oh, 3, 4, 5. Give me the whole. Oh, 10, 14.
14, nice. 14 hit points. He will take. He will take that back. He will get that back.
Yeah. While Honos is chugging down potions, Roth's gonna kind of like sneak in as far as he can get to see what's going on in the room in front of him, like trying to listen, just to pick up what he can while the guys are sorting themselves out.
Yep. So give me a stealth check.
Oh no, I didn't do it.
Sorry, what did you want me to do?
Oh,
Sorry.
a stealth check.
Sorry.
No, you're fine.
Stealth. With it, so 14 and.
You guys are killing today.
Goddamn. No, because I've got disadvantage, so I had to roll again on stealth.
I'm wondering, as a gnome, why do you have disadvantage on stealth?
I'm not sure. Joseph did it on D&D Beyond, so
It's
maybe
weird.
because I'm a fighter. Maybe I'm a fighter with armor.
Oh, it's probably because you're wearing armor. Yeah, because I was about to say, so you literally would have matched it, but with the 4, you're like moving, sneaking up, and you see everything seems okay. You're able to get close, and then you look through the doorway there, and there you see inside is the floor of this large octagonal chamber sits slightly towards a wide. The floor leans slightly towards a wide pit at the center of the room. There are 4 large chains that are hanging above, and they're all mounted on a rune. So they're all mounted on 4 rune-scribed pillars, and the chains all go towards the center of the room. And there is a like a metal diamond-shaped vault over the center of the pit. Each of its faces is scribed with glyphs. There are a number of figures standing in the room facing the pit, and another figure on the ground before it, and they appear to be kind of reading through books. And as you're looking, suddenly in the back, Honos just drank that potion, and he accidentally drops the bottle, and it tinkers across the floor and it crashes. What was that? And suddenly one of the figures with everyone looks kind of in those dark robes with the purple lining. One of them looks almost like a barbarian, but she still has she's still wearing the colors, but her strong arms are out, her red hair braided down the back. She looks towards the door, and you can't, almost as though she sees you, but you can't tell. This is what you see behind you. Can't tell if she spotted you, but you see her green eyes look towards you, and what was that? And she starts to put her hand on her hilt and starts to walk across the room towards the doorway. What do you do?
So she hasn't seen anyone yet?
She definitely heard the crash, so she is coming to investigate the hall. Like, that's what it appears. And right now she's beelining probably 50 feet across, going around the pit to come to the door where you are. And you're in this 40, by 10-foot hall with sconces along it, like, oh shit, where am I supposed to hide? What am I supposed to do?
No, having realized what he's done, Honos, in a really, husky, deep voice, is like, back to your prayers, woman.
And so she stops on the other side when she hears that voice. Oh. Come out now with your weapons down. Who's there? And whatever happens from here, this should be a much shorter break, but I'm gonna crash to black as I just set the final stage of today's game. Cool. What time is it for you all there?
12:30.
Wow. Okay.
Loving it though.
11. Okay. Yeah.
No, I'm absolutely loving it though. This is amazing.
I'm glad.
Don't speed up for anything. This is cool.
Yeah, I want you to take your time. I'm not rushing it. I just want to make sure time is good for you all. Yeah. So I'll set this game.
Thanks. Spell. No problem. What's Hunter's Mark? We should get Mark. Hunter's Mark only work for him.
Yes. I think, and then when
I'm not sure. I think it's do that. Like, I think Roth would be a jigs up, battle. You know what I mean? So if she keeps coming forward, I think Roth would just go, oh, fuck. So, I think, with us? Yeah. Okay, we're on the counter. Play the whole set. So we fought past. Where did you last leave us? Went downstairs. Went through the door. There was a large rock. We triggered that. But we managed to beat our way through the vines and everything, push past everything to get to the doorway. We've just stepped into this large chamber where there's 4 stone pillars with missile open chains coming into something in the middle, which I think he said was like a diamond bolt that had faces around you. One of them stood up, a female, like huge, ripped woman, red hair, turned. No, she was a barbarian. Started to walk towards you. You tried to deceive her by saying, like, back to your prayers, woman. She didn't really believe us.
Yeah.
So it's like, bang, I think we're into battle. No worries, but we're not in the battle yet, if that makes sense. It's setting up. It's like, oh, just mash you up. Turn my head to see. There. Oh. No, I am now. There we go. Better off. Is that not on?
tell us to go to sleep. Have a little nap, we should. Oh my god, that looks so good.
You were watching a movie, is that what you meant he kept doing? Is that what he kept doing? Ah, right.
Um,
And God's no, well, I'm not sure if he wrote the adventure. He's got the tiles, so he's making them. I don't know. I'll ask him.
Okay, and I'm back. Okay, so I don't know. So Honos is still gone, right? So we're still.
Oh no! Oh no! He's back.
Is he back? All right. I was getting worried about you. So Honos, yeah, the party they probably brought you up to speed a little bit. But you guys escaped this roper, this creature that pretty much disguised itself as a tree, had these 4 tendrils try to wrap you all and pull you, and either you were risking life and limb to almost fall into the cavern or be eaten by this thing. You got everybody. It really wasn't your fail, but I kind of played off of you since you were here. You drank a potion and you slipped out of your hand and dropped while Roth was secretly looking through this cracked doorway. What this is what Roth sees here. You and Telos are, walking up right behind him. Roth thought he was being very stealthy when he heard this woman, this very strong voice, call out and say, "Who's there?" And then you hear her. She goes, talking to someone else in the room. She goes, and then you hear another voice go, "What is happening?" And she says, "Orvin, someone's in the hall. It can't." And he said, "Could it be some of the stragglers? Could it be Theron? Maybe he's come back." "We'll find out. Step out of the shadows and do it very slowly." So she's calling. You guys don't have to listen to her, but this is what you're hearing from the room. I imagine that Roth hasn't peeked back around that door as he's trying to hide. The party can kind of whisper to each other, or kind of the cover is kind of blown, but how you handle this could be, you might rush in there, guns blazing. You may have this try to have a conversation with them. You may try to double back and to the position on the mountain. I don't know.
Thavin, was his name Thavin? Sorry.
So you heard her talk to someone in the room.
Yes, but then the guy said,
he said Theron. Yeah, Theron is the name of the young man who attacked White Sparrow.
Thank you. And just said, look.
So I'd like to speak to White Sparrow.
White Sparrow is the name of the town.
No, I was wrong.
Who's the main dude?
Orvin is the name of the head leader, the cult leader.
Speak to the voices, and I'd like to say, I, Theron, will not take that tone of voice with me.
So you're speaking as Theron.
Yeah.
All right, give me a persuasion check at disadvantage. I'm sure you're a big Goliath voice. Yeah, you're at first. Yeah. No, we flash back to a moment as Theron is calling down these. He has this kind of high pitched voice, and so you're trying to. You remember hearing it as you killed him, so you're trying to match it. But give me that disadvantage persuasion.
So how do I clear it?
So just roll it twice and take the lowest.
And take the lowest, yeah. And he's gonna roll wisdom. Okay. Oh wow, he rolled low. All right. So he goes. I don't know. He goes. The magic. He looks at the woman, the strong. Maybe the magic has done something to the boy's voice, and she looks at him like, "Come on." And he goes, "All right, Theron, if it is you, show yourself. And why did you run away, my boy?"
Right. Roth's like, bored of this. Bolt gun out and just fires it at her head.
Fires it at who?
The woman walking towards us, because I'm assuming that's kind of the only person I can really see clearly.
Yeah. So you I mean, unless you just swing the door open, you see her in front of you. As Roth blow gun out. I've got a crossbow, which is slightly better. That's way better.
I'm going to give that a bit of a go now.
So as the door slow motion swinging open, the crossbow is coming out. You see this room full of cultists who are like slowly reacting in shock to what is happening. And you see across here, standing by another brazier who was looking over all of these books, a slender figure stands up, kind of a grayish green face. Orvin is the leader here, middle-aged, half orc with the yellow eyes, but he has a look to him that is quite sinister. And he goes, and he can already tell it is going down. And he just goes, "Kill them for the Book of Shadow, for the dawn of Shadow. Do not let them stop what we have started." Roll initiative. Now you will get to fire first, regardless of your initiative. So I'm kind of going to treat you in this combat as like not really a surprise attack, Roth, but you get to go. You'll get to get your attack for this round off before anyone else.
Roth got 14 for initiative.
14. 15 for Honos. And then what did tell us? What did tell us get? I heard him.
13.
13. Not bad for all of you. So it looks like as this is all happening, The cultists do look like they are quick. They are moving. It's all the cultists are moving in. 1, 2, 3 of them, and then the berserker right behind them with her blade out. Then Honos, then Roth, then Telos, and then finally the fanatic who is Orvin. Now, even though I just laid that out that way, Roth, you are still up. Make that shot at the.
Oh, should have pressed one. Yeah, so
A 10 total.
10. A 10 will, as you flash, she just swings and deflects the arrow, the bolt, ping, with her axe. Like she just brings it up and it deflects off the axe like a shield as she continues to rush in.
I just want to kind of role play something. Like he's like, oh fuck all this long range stuff, and he throws it, like he throws the crossbow at her, and he just screams, "Get the pasty one in the back!"
Nice. As this is happening, one of the cultists is moving in. They just look like zealots, just for the night, screaming under their breath. One of them moves in to attack. This one dashes over to this side. Won't attack. What is it here? 30 here. And then she moves in. So 2 will attack, and then the two cultists, you see those daggers coming at you, the same ones that you found in that other room. They don't look like they have really great form. So that first one with a 5, it swings low and you leap right over the guy's arm. Suddenly, as you look up, Roth, another female who's in a cultist, she's in the cultist guard, swinging wildly. She will. As she comes up, she nicks across your shoulder for a 22, with that dagger doing 3 damage.
Oof.
So she barely nicks you. Then suddenly, the berserker is standing over you. I'll finish you off. I'll make this quick, little one. And then, as she looks up, eyeing Honos, and seeing his size, you go, and you could tell her looking at it, it's like you're the one she really wants that. She brings that axe down on trying to go through the gnome, and she will go reckless, meaning that you all will have advantage on her until her next round. So she rolled a 14 and a 24. So she will do, as the axe comes down, you must do something kind of almost like arching over or leaping, trying to leap off the axe, and you kind of only get maybe the backhand side of it, because you take 4 damage from the berserker.
Roth again, yeah.
Roth again. Yep, those are all on Roth, and then we move to Honos.
Get a big quick. All right. So there's. Can you give me the layout one more time?
they're all right in front of me. You're just outside the door.
Right there.
DM 5.
Sorry, you've already got that. You've got that equipped.
Oh,
you pulled it out early.
perfect. All right. I'd like to take my arrows. I'd like to knock it back. I'd like to fire it at the enemy that moves right there.
Either so you got cultist enemies around him, and then you got the I call her berserker. She looks like a barbarian, just kind of raging on your gnome friend. All right, go ahead and notch that arrow and let it fly.
Do we get advantage on attack or advantage on because she went into
you get advantage on her because she berserked. So the bow comes out.
It won't be down.
do we get?
Uh, 18 to hit.
That will hit. So it goes across. Well, I'll just let's see what the damage looks like.
Nine.
I can't hear
Nine
Joseph at all. It
total.
sounds super far away. 9?
Nine total.
9 total. So for a it like nicks her face, putting a slash on it, drawing blood as it's slow motion, like bits of it fly off her face. She just kind of grins and smiles, and still in bringing that axe up to attack. But she took that damage. We then move. If Honos, do you have another strike? Because no, yeah, you only have that because you were using your double weapons before, so it's not a 2-weapon attack. So I think unless you got something you could do with a bonus action, like a spell or a bonus action spell, then you would move to.
I do have a bonus action spell, and I'd like to cast Hunter's Mark.
Oh, there it is, Hunter's Mark. I knew that was coming. I'm surprised it took so long.
I'm honestly not sure. Like, she, I don't know, it's either the big chick in front of us, but we've got to get past them. So.
Now, the way it looks on the board, so there is, with the door swinging open, there is a space right to the side. So there's a little bit of space to get by the cultists and get in the room. So if you do, after taking that shot, if you do want to move and get in the room, you can, or you can stay where you are, Honos.
Sorry, quick chat.
All right. So imagine, and also to make it clear, you guys. So this is the vault, right? It's hovering over a pit. That pit looks like it drops down like thousands of feet. It probably goes to the bottom of the canyon. There are chains. So there's a chain here. There's a chain there. There's a chain there, and there's a chain there. Invisible chains that are that are connected, and that's what's suspending. It's not floating. That's what's keeping it suspended above the room. Okay, so is Honos moving, or can I go ahead and move with Roth?
Run in. Yeah, he wants to try and get in the room.
Okay, 5, 10, 15. So he gets like up to 30 feet. He could get like back here, or he could get into fighting, or he could even get next to the berserker.
Yeah, he's into fight.
He's in the fight. All right. So I'll just put him right there behind the berserker. Boom.
Is he allowed to stow the longbow and draw a sword as he's running?
Yeah, I'll allow that. I'm pretty loose with that kind of stuff. So yeah, I'll just say that takes. Well, he did his bonus action, so I'm allow it for the sake of like things being quick and fluid. Yeah, you pull out your next weapon, because actually on your next turn anyway, you would still could use the bonus action to pull it out, so you'd be fine. Okay, we move to Roth.
Roth, while jumping and dancing all over Axe and taking a few blows, is like kind of gives the little barbarian or the berserker a little wink and is like, my turn, and just like jumps off the axe and tries to thud her in the head.
Nice, leaping off the axe, going for the big move there.
Yeah, one hand axe, bang. Oh yes, 20 to hit. Not a natural, not a natural.
Okay, 20 to hit. That will still hit. You hit her. Go ahead, give me damage.
And 6 damage.
She takes 6. And as you leap off the axe, what do you cut it? Was it the hammer? You hit her in the ear and the neck. She's like, and you flip over and roll off the other side of her.
And I'm gonna go for one more in the other ear to try and disorientate her. Bang!
Little shit! Get him up!
14.
14 will hit her. And you get advantage. You get advantage. Yep.
Do I need it? Bang, bang. I'm hoping the 14 hit.
14 did hit. And I have one thing. Give me the damage.
3 total.
She'll take another 3. Okay, and so you notice in that moment, since you hit her in the ear and you hit her again in the other, she takes the other 3 damage. You notice that when you hit her, as you were, you came eye to eye with her. She's got like a strange glyph on her face, on her, and it's glowing. Can you give me a quick perception check, Roth, since you got the last blow in?
Yeah, will do. 19.
Nice. So you notice that Orvin too has that glyph painted on his head. His isn't glowing, but it's the same glyph that she has, and hers kind of glows. And that's what you notice as you look across the room. And then we move to, I believe, Telos.
Get in there, boy.
Telos is gonna do Divine Smite on the barbarian girl that is taking damage.
Okay, so Telos, you cast Lesser Restoration so far, and you cast 2 Divine Smites so far. So yeah, you got 3 slots left. Another Divine Smite is being used. Go for it. Unless you miss. Go ahead,
And
give me
it's 16.
17 will hit. You can roll one more time because you do get advantage. And the reason why it's still worth rolling, because you could get a nat 20.
Yeah.
Yep.
No, because I got a nat 1 actually.
Okay, so 17. We'll stick with the 17. Give her the damage. What she got? So you guys are just wailing on her. And if this was a cinematic scene, I imagine like the camera's panning around you all as she's blocking some of the blows, but every time she blocks one person, someone lands one. She blocks this one, Roth lands one, and her cultists aren't really backing her up well. And then here comes Telos with 19 damage of radiant. Man, you just been wailing away on this game as the blade goes out. She takes it. That you knock the wind out of her. She steps back, looks haggard, blood running out of her nose. She says, "The cult of the dusk. I will fight to the end."
And can I take my second hit with my battle axe?
Oh yeah, that was the first one. Jeez, yes, you can.
Is it the second one still with the Divine Smite?
No, you have to use it.
No,
Sorry.
you can still cast. You still get advantage because she was reckless. Man, she was reckless.
I'm not going to Divine Smite on this one.
Okay.
And 16, and then let's try and see if we can get in that 20. Oh,
Give me some damage. You still hit her.
and 10 damage.
10. And actually, I realize. Okay, yep. So she's looking rough. She looks back at Orvin, who looks a bit concerned now that his main strength is being tested in this way. I will not put up with this. He you notice he has like these black, almost like bronze, very dark bracers, and he clashes them together, and as he does, like they kind of sparkle with this dark purple energy. And it all goes, darkness, dark ones, be with me now. And he targets the paladin and will he casts down a sacred flame, or a dark purple evil flame. It's actually not even a flame, it's like that lightning. Similar to what you guys saw when Theron was attacking the village. And so I need you to, Theron, give me a, what is that? I think it's Con, or it's a Dex. Sacred Flame. I don't use it often. I need a dexterity save.
8.
So you will. So you can't move fast enough in the heavy armor As the sacred flame, this dark, necrotic lightning smashes into you for. Oh wow! What a bad roll. Oh! I thought that was a 1. It's a 7. So you do take 7 damage as it just that 1d8 of damage just boom shocks you, and then he immediately backs away as far away as he can get away from the room, and he's just kind of praying and like settling himself as we move to the next turn. Back at the top, there are still. I still have 3 cult. Did I miss?
No, it's your turn.
Yeah, my turn. So the cultists will. One of them who will attack. There's one guy with a. One of them has, as he's rushing in. It's like the bald guy right here. He realizes his dagger. He throws away his obsidian dagger and pulls out his like a rapier. And he's just going to strike with that, and he will strike at Honos for 18 from my master. For 4 slashing damage. The second cultist, she's on the other side, fighting alongside the female berserker. She swings down. She swings at. Actually, she'll pivot over. Nope, that one. She'll stay on Roth, and she'll attack Roth with a dagger. Dagger's not going to hit for a 6. The last one will attack Roth as well because they're both on the same side. They can't disconnect. Just in the fight, swinging wildly. That one for a 17 for a D4.
Yeah, that hits.
So 4 more damage to Roth. The berserker is fighting, and she realizes that after being hit by that radiant, that this paladin is a threat, and she pushes off on Honos and brings that axe and tries to bring axe to axe with the paladin. She's going for it. She will stay reckless for the advantage for a 17 and a 14. Does either hit?
No, my armor class is 18.
Dang. All right, so she's like, why are you failing me? As she's missing everything she's throwing at you. At this point, Honos, you are up.
Alright. Nope. Stop, my friend.
Yeah, finish it. Finish it.
Did you get that right? Yeah.
I'm sorry, I didn't get it. I didn't get it. I can't really hear Joseph. He just sounds like you're just a tunnel a mile away.
He's moving closer. He's basically going to try and slash up on her from
Okay.
From arse to neck, basically.
Got it. All right, go for it. Make the attack. She's looking real weak. Oh. That hits.
And the damage.
She'll take that 8. This time your short sword sticks deep in her side. She pulls you in close with the axe just for a second there, Honos. When the light extinguishes, I will live on in the dark. What do you do? And do you have another? Was that the first attack?
Yeah, that was
Yep.
the first one.
So the second one you don't get to add your modifier, but you do get another swing.
I'd like to take it from the bottom.
Okay. It's you and her fighting right there. What was it? 6 to hit. That's gonna miss. She kind of like grabs your jaw and pushes off. She's staggering as you guys all surround her. She's like, "Come on, you fools! Fight like demons!" To those cultists around her who are starting to panic now, starting to fear, starting to creep in as they realize they're not as strong as they thought they would be. The magic that should be there is not there. Roth, you are up.
Can I use action surge to disengage from this fight and close distance towards the acolyte at the back?
Well, action surge allows you to take a full action and then take a whole nother full action. So yes, what you could do is you could attack her and do your 2 attacks, and then you could literally you can use a disengage action and not take her opportunity of attack if she's even still alive. Or you can take your full attack on her, 2 attacks, and then run away from her towards Orovin and get 2 attacks on him, or whatever you're trying to do. You just get 2 action rounds.
I want to get away from her, but I want to start throwing damage at him at the back.
Okay. You don't need to do action search. So you're taking action search so that you can take a disengage action on 1 action, and then got it. You can do that. Yeah. Okay.
So seeing that my guys have kind of got this battle in hand, I'm like, guys, you do this. I'll do the hard work so I can disengage from all of that. But I've also just been reading my character, and I've got like special feats I can use with my blowgun.
Yes. Because you're a gunslinger.
Yeah, I didn't realize that. I've just sat here and read it all. So I want to get that. I want to pretend that I didn't throw my crossbow away earlier.
Okay.
Maybe I threw my blowgun away.
Okay.
And I am, if I've read this right, and I've not played a gunslinger yet, so I'd like to expel some of these grip points to try and aim for that, recognizing that glyph is matched on his head and her head.
Yep.
I want to see if I can aim for it, like game's up, pasty at the back or whatever, and kind of release a couple of arrows at him. Could I use 2 attacks? Attack.
You can.
I don't know. I've never used a gunslinger action before.
So this is like 30 or 25 feet, gets you about here. Yeah. You can aim over there. He's over there on the other side. So yeah, go ahead and give me the attacks.
Bang. The first one's 22.
Oof, that hits.
That gives me the damage of 5.
Okay. We'll do both attacks.
Using my fighter skill, do I get to reload quickly and fighting? Like, I don't know if I'm allowed to do that.
With your fighter, if it's a fighter skill, then it allows you to reload, so then you don't have. Yeah, so then you just go reload, and then allows you to shoot again.
Nat 20. Nat
20. Oh my gosh! So yeah, go ahead and give me the nat 20 damage, which is going to be doubling your dice, and then your regular roll from your other. So you're going to add all that together.
Oh, and I rolled so bad on that. 6 total. Rolled so bad.
And then how much on the nat 20 damage?
Sorry. Yeah, the damage, I rolled so bad. I rolled a 1 and a 2, so I got 6 total damage.
6 total damage, but you still add your modifier. So
yeah, plus 3, so that's still only 6, isn't it?
6, and then that was on 1 attack, but what about the other one? You shot twice. You hit him. You hit him both times. Sorry. So yeah, one was in that 20. So then there's a little bit more damage you should take.
Another 5.
So, he's taking a full 16 points of damage as your arrows are on his head. They're like on target. The first one, he takes that damage, but I'm gonna count it like the strain of him. You see, he sees it coming, and he like almost he deflects it. But the way he deflects it with energy, he's got some kind of magical power. It still pierces his force field, but as he throws that one away, the second one hits him in the chest. You don't hit him in the head. The second one hits him in the chest, and he's like, ah! And so of that 16 points of damage, as he gets hit, he goes, ah! You suddenly see like the shiver of light go around him, like purple, and you hear Shara, the berserker, she screams out, ah! As you see her clutch chest, and she's taking some of that damage for him. Ah! And she starts to bleed where your arrow hit him. At that point, when he sees this, he's angry. He just goes, ah! He yells out, clutching his fist, and ting! And clashes him again as a reaction. And two of the actually, let me roll on that. Roll randomly.
Sorry, while you're doing that,
Yes.
one of my feats, Adept Marksman, you also regain 1 grit point when you roll a 20 on firearm attacks or deal a killing blow, but I rolled a nat 20. So your saving throws for trick shots has a DC of 14. I don't know what that means. So does it basically mean I get one of my grit points back and I can do that again? I don't know what that means.
Read it one more time. And the grip.
Adept Marksman. You learn trick shot that enhance a firearm attack in some way.
Okay.
You gain 1 grit point that you regain after a short rest. You also regain 1 when you roll a 20, which I did, on firearm attacks or deal a killing blow. Or
yes. So when you on that? So did you spend a grit? You spent a grit point to do the fast reload, right? So you got to.
Then I rolled a nat 20. Does that?
Yeah. So you get the grit point back, but you don't get another action.
Cool.
Yep. So you and so as you get that grit point back, he shatters these two chains. They break. So the vault kind of swings towards him, but is now suspended a bit closer, hanging in the middle of these two chains. It's no longer taut. It's a bit lower in the room now. It's probably like only about 20 feet off to the ground, and it's just kind of swinging back and forth as he has done that. And then we move to Telos.
Can I use my movement
Mm-hmm.
to get into the room?
You're in the room, yeah. So yeah, it's depending on you're already fighting. You're fighting the cult. There's a couple cultists that you're next to, and then there's also Shara, the berserker that's kind of really weak.
Can I use I was gonna carry on with my battle axes.
Okay.
Is it worth doing a divine smite on him?
Well, that's your call.
No, I'm gonna stick with the other ones. I'm just gonna do normal battle axe. And no, I rolled a 9 to hit.
On the berserker, so she blocks that.
And for my second attack, I rolled a 12.
He
doesn't get.
Oh, she did. You get advantage because she was berserking last turn.
So for my first attack,
Well, say you missed
25.
That'll do it. Go ahead and give me the damage.
I'll shoot it.
And this is the divine smite or no?
No, he said no to divine smite.
Okay, damage.
12 damage.
Yeah.
So MVP on taking things out this game. Tell us, as a paladin doing your job, how do you is this a mercy kill? Do you knock her out? Do you want to give her a second chance because she's a human? What do you do? How do you finish this? But she's going down.
Where her mark is, I don't want to say carve it out, but it's in like slam my axe down through that mark and just stop at the end.
Oh, so the axe, the slicing in, you're putting into her face, into the mark.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So just wham! It slams there and it sticks for a second, and she's just like shocked. It's so dark, and then she slides off of your axe and just hits the ground like a ton of bricks. And Orvin is like, no! And he just kind of screams out with just pure pain of seeing her go down. What When the other two cultists, the other three cultists see this, they test their resolve to, seeing as Shara was like, they've lost most of their numbers for Orvin, to see if they can hold themselves here against a 10. He looks at them, he goes, stand your ground, and one of them just pushes out through, like, past. Now if you want, just running it. Now you could kill, attack, but this cultist is running away, but they would have to run by, which is an opportunity to attack, running by Telos. Telos, will you attack or no?
Yeah.
They just drop their weapon and like, I just now remember, as heroes, sometimes villains are people like you. They have backstories, they have places, the people they've been. Sometimes they change their mind. Sometimes they realize they've led a really bad life.
And you're a paladin. You're all about good.
Yeah.
Heroes who kill everyone. No, it really. And when I say these things, I'm not trying to persuade your actions. I just want you to think about them, because often, I know we're just playing a one shot, but often in my games, all of your actions begin to stack up. Over the course of a long period of time.
I just remembered I'm a paladin, so I probably shouldn't do that. Paladins are all into good.
Yeah, you go to swing, you stop, and you see.
I don't.
You don't. Okay. Yeah. So you catch yourself, and as you look her in the eyes meet. It's this look of like, almost like this is. Like, see the light. This is you're telling that person this was their light. This was their aha moment. And you just hear those footsteps, those sandals running down the hall. The door opens, and then you hear, and you realize the Roper is still out there.
I knew something.
Karma got it.
Yeah.
I stopped because I didn't trigger.
You still got move.
And can I move?
Yeah, you can move.
No, because then I'll get an opportunity attack.
Oh yeah, oh no, she's gone. So, actually, any one cultist will get an opportunity of attack. I mean, so far with their they have been really pressed hard to hit you all. So I don't know. If you want to stay where you're at, you're welcome to.
No, I'll go move to like the big boss, and then like the big guy at the back.
Yeah, at the back. So you move away. 5, 15,
Yeah,
30 gets you around here. As you go running away, the one cultist will get an opportunity of attack. He'll take it with for 12. No, which of course doesn't hit you. So tinking right off your armor, your shield as you run by. Tell us towards the back there. We move to. So now Orvin sees you running up, and is anyone else close to him? Okay, so yeah, he will. Sorry, so as you're running towards him, Telos, I need you to give me a wisdom saving throw.
A wisdom saving throw?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. 6.
All right, so that fails. So as he just puts his hand out and goes, hold. And then you start to feel like a shudder, like a cold over your body as your like muscles kind of lock up and you paralyze in your tracks as he's cast hold person over you. So he will then he'll move himself and he kind of he's like running around the room and he hides behind one of the pillars. And you just hear him, what brings this group to kill me? What have I done to deserve this visit? And however you guys respond in order, it's still now moving to top of the next round. 2 more cultists, one attacking at Honos for a 22, giving you a scimitar as he spins around as he was just trying to attack the dwarf. He just kept the blade going for 3 damage. It cuts you on your upper arm. The other cultist moves in to Honos. Actually, he's moving in, and he's like, and the guy goes, where is she? He goes, get the little one, and he runs by you to get to Roth, and then he'll attack there with the dagger. Ooh, for 21.
What?
For a D4 damage. Only 1 damage. No, 1 plus 1, so two damage. 2 damage on that dagger. So he stabs down, and you're trying to block it with your crossbow, and the blade is just like right at your throat, and those 2 damage are it like starting to carve like a line on your cheek, like down to your neck. Roth. Suddenly, the berserker is gone. We move to Honos.
Run at. It's just a cultist. And I have in my axe, I have grapple.
You have what?
Grapple.
You may have to translate for some reason. I'm so sorry. I know Roth is the only person.
He wants to use grapple.
Oh, grapple.
So he wants to run over and like.
Yeah, run over and grapple. And who are you trying to grapple?
The cultist that's moved.
Well, you've got one next to you, though. You know that. You've got a cultist right next to you. You can pick him up.
You know, regardless of if I die here, you all will meet your end. Shadow is coming.
So I'd like to run him right at the other.
Right, so he wants to scoop up the occultist that stood on him, and then if he's allowed, so Honos has got a cultist next to him, hasn't he?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he wants to pick him up with grapple if possible, and
Okay.
then using his movement, run at the other one and just slam them together in like this weird like cultist sandwich.
Okay, I like it.
He's allowed.
Give me so you're going to do athletics for grapple. The cultist can choose dexterity or acrobatics or dexterity to try to get away. This cultist is not strong. They will choose acrobatics, but they're also not very nimble. So the cultist will roll. Go ahead and give me an athletics check. Whew.
11.
An 8 to an 11. You beat him by 3. You grab him. He's like, let go. No. And for a second there, he thinks you're about to take him and throw him into the pit. And then he realizes you're rushing him headlong towards the other cultists. As you smash them against each other, as you throw them into them, give me a unarmed strike. So unarmed strike is essentially just attacking with your what am I thinking here? Why am I blanking for a second? It's attacking with your normal strength modifier. So go ahead and give me that roll plus 3.
What? Roll to hit or roll damage?
Roll. Actually, roll to hit. There's going to be damage regardless, but I want to see how much damage.
9 total.
9 total to hit. So not quite as strong as I thought it was going to be. Maybe got a little heavy as you know, but you throw them and they slam into each other. They both take D4 damage, both cultists, which is pretty decent. So can you go ahead and roll roll a D4 for me, and I'll apply that to both of them. They'll take the same amount. 4. Wow, that's not a bad move because you got both of them to take 4 damage. So they look a bit like stunned, not stunned by the D&D rules, but just boom, like you just smashed them. And if it was a cartoon, they're probably seeing the little birdies over their heads. And I'll also add a prone condition. They fall over. So still awake, still aware. They can stand up, but they are down. That used your full action, provided you have any bonus action. And that also, you moved your, I'm going to say normally like your movement, you could keep going, but I think it used all of your, moved everything you needed to move him over there and do that. So you're out of your movement and your, so there would be Roth's turn.
I do have Hunter's Mark.
Okay, you can reset Hunter's Mark, and who do you want to put that on? Take it to Orvin, most likely.
Orvin? Is it Orvin?
Yeah, Orvin. Yep. So Orvin will be marked.
That's only a bonus for Honos, though, isn't it? It's nothing for us.
It's just for Honos. Yep. When he gets when he does damage to Orvin.
Okay, cool.
You guys are in the thick of it. You guys are starting to gain the upper hand here. Roth is up.
While this has all been going on, and I know it's all in the blink of an eye and everything, have I picked up anything about that vault that's now swinging? Because it's swinging away from the pit now, isn't it?
Yeah, it's just because it's because he broke these two, so now it's like kind of like between those two pillars. Do
I get any sort of sense of urgency about it? Like, I don't mean that. Like, is he drawing power? I don't, nothing like that. But like, am I focused on that, or like? Do you know what I mean? Would it, like the books, would my attention be pulled to that, or am I thinking I'm going to kill that?
I think the glyphs are starting to glow on it, and he seems to be trying to get it down. He's trying to get it down on the floor. He wants to open it. But you guys are really pestering now, and now that he realizes he might die, you don't know. He's trying to figure out what he's even going to do, but you do feel like he's trying to bring that thing down.
Oh, okay. So I am using as how much of my movement? 5, 10, 15, 20. Would 25 put me next to the dwarf? Would that put me kind of on his grid space?
Yep. 5, 10, 15. This is about 15, 20.
15.
Yep.
But no, I want it. But what I'd like to do is, I'd like to, as I'm running, fire one of my bolts.
Got it.
At the Orvin, and that 10
and misses.
So still running, reload.
You see this like he's got like this glow about him whenever your projectiles, almost like he's his AC is higher, like a mage armor.
Okay. What I'd like to do is, like, seeing this happen, I still want to pester him, so I'm going to reload, fire another one at him to keep him, like, busy.
He can still be hit, just saying.
Yeah, it's 11. So
11, another 11, that one lands in the he's probably thanking his dark gods that you're a off shot right now.
If I'm allowed, I'd like to use what nimbleness I have to run up a dwarf, jump, spend a grit point, and fire again at him. But I'd like to actually jump towards the vault, the thing that's swinging, if I can make it.
All right, I'll allow that. So you're leaping towards the vault.
So I fire one more time, but at him again. Oh, yeah. 22 total.
That one hits, and you're like, you're leaping through the sky. You see him.
And the damage.
Now you're firing you're firing the gun, right? The crossbow. Yeah. Now the crossbow only has one shot, so you have to use the grit point. You spent the reload. Okay.
Spend the grit point again to fire this big one, and I've scored a 9 damage.
9 damage. So he takes more. He staggers this time as it hits him, and the arrow is stuck in his shoulder. As you're leaping through the sky, give me an acrobatics check.
Yeah. do you want me to roll with anything to see if I can keep hold of my crossbow? Because I'm imagining I'm like trying to hug this.
Yeah. So yeah, you give me the acrobatics check. So pretty much what I'll do is there's a number I'm looking for to hold onto the crossbow and make it, and then there's a number there's a number to hold onto the crossbow and lose it, and then there's a number higher than it. What'd you roll?
13 total.
13. So you make it, but you lose the crossbow. You're like, and so here's the thing is you don't get to the vault, you get to the chain. So you're able to grab the chain, and now you're swinging your little self, you're swinging off the chain, but you're only you're 5 feet away from the vault. The crossbow skitters against the ground, ping, right below you. The vault's there, you're there.
Yeah. So my next turn would probably be shimmy down the chain type thing if it gets.
Yep.
Cool. Thank you.
Telos is up.
Can I use my movement and move on Orvin?
Use your what on Orvin?
My movement
Yes, you can.
and move on him. Yeah, can I close my distance up for Orvin?
You can. And so you move before he can run away. Telos closes that distance.
And then can I do another divine smite?
You can.
26.
26 hits as you smash his guard. No.
Okay.
Give me the damage.
I 20.
16 damage. 20
20.
damage.
Sorry. Yeah. I've got +4.
So you hit him so hard with he moves pretty quickly, but as you because I mean one good swing with an axe and you hit somebody, especially with divine smite, you would just destroy them. So the axe part you would like split him in half. So your axe part glances like he goes under it and it slams you tear off a chunk of the pillar, and as it goes through though the divine smite activates and he gets burned by all the radiant damage, taking that 20. He yells in anger, but he's still up. He's starting to look weaker, but he's still up.
And then for my last spell slot,
Okay,
my last axe, can I do another divine smite?
you can.
Yeah, I'm on him. I've done a divine smite, I did 20 damage. And then I'm gonna do another attack, another divine smite. So let's see if it hits. 18.
That will hit.
Nice. And then
Actually, you can't. I'm sorry. I hate to take it away from you, but remember you were paralyzed with whole person. Yeah, that's why I used whole person to keep the paladin away from me, because I knew you were going to devastate him this turn. With whole person, how do you break it? Give me 1 second. So you do get your, hold on, you get your divine smite back. He's going to get his,
are you taking back the 20 health?
I would have to, yes, because you were paralyzed for up to a minute. So choose a humanoid you can see within range, and which makes sense why, what's name could leap off of you. You cast spell using third target is you can see you must have seen a wisdom saving throw. So at the end of each of your turns, you make a wisdom saving throw, which means that you lose your turn this round. You don't even get a chance to move because you're paralyzed. So I have to, just for fairness, it was great. I love it. You're killing him with the divine smite, but so he's gonna have to get that hit points back. You still get your slots back. I'm gonna move you back to where you were. We'll just rewind it and retcon that moment. You do need to give me a wisdom save.
Okay. I rolled 19 for wisdom saving throw.
So now you break free. So on your next turn, here's what I'll do. The rolls were so good. If he's still alive on the next turn, that turn that you just rolled will stand. So you'll be able to move in and get 20 on him. He'll take the 20 back, and then you'll be at your second attack. But as of right now, he's got that 20 back.
Okay.
Okay. So let me put that back on him. You played. And then we move to. So as Telos is breaking free, almost imagining the damage he could do to this guy if he could get to him. Orvin, hiding by the wall. You know what? He's in a tough situation here. He is going to, with a bonus action, cast a spiritual weapon, an axe that appears, a shadow, and floats up to strike Roth off the. Actually, it's striking at Roth and the chain at the same time. Any excess damage going to the chain. It will make his attack. Oh no! What a terrible roll. So literally, it flings by you and misses. Angered by this, that he can't get the chain off, he will move away down here. And then he will. God, that was a bad move for him. He might be bad move.
Good for us, though.
Yeah, very good for you. So yeah, he's just gonna stand kind of in the middle of the room. He shouldn't have did the sacred. So that he should have probably done sacred flame or something, because he can't cast 2 spells, can't do a bonus spell and a spell. So he literally have to attack. The attack is going to be trash. So we go to the top of the 4th round as he's looking very unsure of himself here. Fine. And so now you can. It is literally. Are the other cultists all day? Oh, the two cultists are standing up, and one is running over to, or one is getting up and will attack Honos. Not gonna do it. The other one is attacking, which probably to hit this 18 armor class, probably not possible. They both are not doing it. Orvin is seeing this. It's Honos' turn, but Orvin is kind of just talking to you all, and he goes, "Listen, I don't know what you've been paid, but we can share the wealth. The vault contains great treasure. We don't have to continue this bloodshed." Honos, you're up.
Y'all very
I would like to grab the cultist thing.
Okay.
I'd like to toss him in.
Toss him in where?
Into the well.
Into the well. Give me a strength check or athletics. What'd you get? So you pick him up. No! And he gets tossed. No! You hear And you just see him just slow motion as he hits his head against one of the rocks, and he just kind of ragdolls down into darkness. No.
Perfect. And with my other action, I can grab the other one by the.
You don't have another action. That is your action. Whenever you do grapple, it takes your full action. You don't get another attack.
Right.
signal, Logan. That's it on that. So Phonos is done. What's his name is still Hunter's Mark, but we moved to Roth, who's now hanging on the chain.
Giggling away in utter joy of this carnage that's going on. The little gnomes shoot down, if possible, on the vault. I'd like to straddle the vault, facing the chain of the down and try and break it with a hammer. So I just send it over.
You sound far away now. Now I'm losing.
I'm sat on the computer, sorry, my apologies.
Okay.
Right, so what I'd like to do is I'd like to shimmy onto the vault, and I'd like to break the chain furthest away from Orvin, so I send it towards him with me on it like there's a wrecking ball.
Yeah, you're like swing it. Okay, I see what you're gonna try. All right. Give me a strength check to do the smashing, and then if it breaks, then you're going to give me acrobatics to try to kind of steer it in the right way. So first speed.
Now I roll low. 3. So
3?
Oh, can I use another attack?
So in this moment, you can't. You have 2 attacks, so I'll allow you to hit it again.
Yeah. Thank you, DM. Shit, I rolled a 1. Oh, even worse.
So a 1.
Yeah.
So you miss. You're hitting this thing and it's not breaking, and then you kind of slip. You almost lose your hammer, and you're like hanging upside down, almost going to fall off. And so your next strike to try to do this is at disadvantage. It could have been amazing. It didn't work. So close. I like the idea. Telos, you're right below him. You're free now. What do you do?
So I get to move back to and I'm on my second attack, and he takes 20 damage, right?
Well, here's the problem now. He moved himself outside of your movement range to keep himself, so you could javelin him, which I know you can't divine smite with.
But do I still do the 20 damage from last?
No, you don't. You will be able to. I know it seems like I'm taking stuff away. You'll be able to do it once you can close the distance and be up close with him. Now you could rush in and spend your entire turn dashing in and locking him up. Then he won't be able to move. If he does move, you'll get a free attack. You could try that, or you could move in your 30 and where you are and maybe toss something at him, or
Can I do a dash?
I mean, I think do you have? No, that's a cleric action. I thought you might have Sacred Flame as a paladin, but I'm thinking cleric.
Can I dash?
Yes,
in and grapple him?
You cannot grapple if you dash, but you'll lock him in combat. You and him will be clashing back and forth.
Okay, that'll be fine. Thank you.
Okay, yeah. So boom, you go right into him, and you got him on the ropes against the wall. You know that you almost feel it, that if you can get that blow in, it's gonna devastate him. We move almost there. We move to the cultist. He's still alive here. He will, as he sees you coming towards him, he just throws his hands out with a palm, and I need to make a melee attack against you, which is, how am I gonna? Okay, please be a good strike here, for the sake of. Nope, not gonna do it. So so he spins, burns another spell slot. And as you catch his arm, like you block it away, you can see the necrotic energy pulsing off of it as the inflict wounds misses. And he's kind of stepping back, looking defeated. Why? Why now? It must have some meaning. As we're back at the top, one of the cultists is dead. The other one kind of has had enough of this. As he just saw his other friend go diving over into the pit. You'd also would have got an opportunity of attack, Telos, from the last cultist who would have taken it before you ran away. It wouldn't have hit with a 14, but this cultist goes running and he's going to leave the battlefield. It is now just Orvin and Honos. You are up.
What I would like. That
Okay. I can't hear anything. I'm sorry. What are you doing?
Right, no worries. The big guy, the Goliath, wants to, if he's possible, get out his longbow. The same arrow down in a wrecking ball.
Oh, he's going to try to shoot.
Sorry, the chain.
He's going to shoot one of the chains to break one for you so that you go swinging towards him. Got
The
it.
same chain that I was trying to break.
Got it. Go ahead, make the shot. Seven. Now, I am going to, in this moment, there's a bit of a wind that moves through. Each of you has 1 point of inspiration. When you cast an inspiration point, you can roll 2 dice and 2 d20s to get advantage and take the highest result. Honos, I'm going to allow you to re-roll that die. But this will be it. This will be the last inspiration you get.
22.
So, and it's like you let go. It's the same shot. You never missed it. It's almost like what could have happened, what would have been, and what is. And that it sails through, slamming against the chain. Can you roll? Give me damage. 8. The chain snaps. The vault begins to swing. To control it, Roth, you need to stay. You need to kind of steady it. Give me the acrobatics check. That needs to be better than the AC. That needs to be better than the dexterity of better than the dexterity of this fanatic cultist.
Yeah.
Whew, beat him by 1.
Yeah.
So suddenly, as he's like, no, he looks up. He sees there's this moment there, right, where as it's coming down, that at that moment, he's in shock and in slow motion. Telos, you're able to swipe in, just cut him across the side, delivering the 20 points of damage that you. She screams out. Radiant light begins to blast out, lighting him up. And then right after that, the entire vault smashes against him and lodges his body into the wall. And so now the vault is laying there in the ground, a huge kind of explosion, of rocks and debris and parts coming down. Some of you coughing. Roth, give me the dexterity save.
Sorry, it's just playing. Just for.
Oh wow, I rolled solo. It's probably not even going to matter. What'd you get? All right, so you take 1 point of damage from that. And as you all stand there, the room is clear. What are your first thoughts? Like, what does everyone do?
Roth stood on the vault, looking at is Orvin dead? Is Orvin dead?
Orvin is dead. You see his hand like twitching in the wall. He's like, it's like the Wicked Witch when the house dropped on her. You just see like one leg is coming out from under the vault. Yeah.
So Roth stood on the vault, looking at the dead body like, no, dickhead. We'll keep the vault for ourselves.
Nice.
Can Telos go look for anything like gold coins or potions?
Yeah.
On Orvin's body.
What little bit of the body you can get to? Yeah, you find he was wearing a nice set of boots that that you could take that are like they match your shoe size strangely perfectly for a dwarf. He has small feet, and he noticed a nice ordained dagger, and then his bracers. You only have one of them, but you're able to take it off of him, and what you realize after examining it for a moment that it is it's a bracers of strength, and so you are able to keep those. You don't see any coin around him. Strangely, they didn't, any pouch that he might have. It could be under the vault. You could have to move the vault. I don't know if you're willing to do that. It would probably take some help from your friends, everyone together. It's a pretty heavy. It's about the size of an entire human. This diamond shaped. Unlike it there, it looks like a jewel. It's more like a metal box, and there are glyphs all around it. And the glyphs are now pulsing, like a light purple color, and the glyphs on the pillars are pulsing as well. What you realize here, can I get an insight wisdom check from everyone?
I'm not going to
13 from Telos.
Okay, 13 from Telos.
no idea what's going on.
14 from Honos.
14 from, okay, Honos.
9 for Roth.
9 from Roth. Okay, so what you realize is the 14 from Honos as you look around. You and with the 13 and 14 being really close, I imagine that it's, tell us you are understanding this as well, that whatever's that they came for, it's in this vault. Whatever that is, does it pique your curiosity? Do you want to find out? You realize with the Telos, you realize you being a paladin with some decent religious check with the books that are around, you could figure this out you could figure this out in a short amount of time and open this vault to get at its contents. Or is it better to get rid of this thing that they were looking for? That choice is up to you and your party. Or do you just leave it?
Roth sat on it, hitting it with a hammer, trying to open it.
It's like ding, ding. He's hitting it with his hammer.
Ding, ding.
Telos is gonna use his last spell slot to do Divine Smite and slam it down on the vault.
Okay. So the there's the tinking of the hammer that's contributing into it, and so to match its armor class, because of what Roth is doing, I'm gonna give you advantage. You still have to strike to your divine. It's like you're gonna hit it, but you have to hit the armor class to actually do a lot of damage to it. So go ahead and give me an advantage strike against it.
I got a 20, and then but it wasn't natural.
Not natural. Okay, dirty 20.
So yeah, just 20.
20 was his best roll.
Okay. So you strike it, and as you're just hitting it over and over again, suddenly, it's almost like as you strike it, your divine light blasts over, rolls over, and lights all the glyphs up. And at that moment, it kind of opens out where each piece, and it hisses. And there inside, as the smoke clears, kind of smells like sulfur, is this dark, black tome, a pretty hefty book lying there. What do you do? And And you get the feeling from the book. It gives off a very, everyone's like hair stands up, and kind of as the book is now theirs before you, you kind of get a chill.
Roth's gonna be like, well, that shit, who wants to read? And looks at the big guy.
Then I'd like to run an investigation
So how are you investigating this?
on the book.
Are you picking it up? Are you opening it? Are you... Say that again?
Sorry, we're trying to figure out if the big guy wants to pick it up or just look at it.
You figure it out. Take your time.
Okay. If I run an attack magic spell, it's good. Well, I can pick it up.
We're picking it up.
Picking it up. Okay.
We're picking up the weird book that we found in a weird place in a weird magic vault. It's all good.
Roll as you investigate, roll a D100 for me. Do you know how to do that, Honos? You roll, basically what you're going to do is you're going to roll the D10 twice. 43. Perfect. Give me a second. So as you flip through, this stuff in this book is strange. Everything that you're seeing is like otherworldly. Some of these languages, some of them primordial. Some of these things look like they could be spells. There's strange descriptions and different creatures on different pages. Pictures of people splayed off like almost diagrams for dissecting humanoid creatures. Some of it's extremely off-putting and not natural, not of this world. And then you get to this page that is bordered by flame, and in the center is a symbol almost like a devil face. And then suddenly black smoke begins to enter the room, almost like this sulfury smell. And as it does, this darkness envelops to the corner, standing by you as you hold the book. Realize that there is this demon, this otherworldly, Ifriti-like creature standing before you. And he just looks at you, and he says, why have you summoned me? Serve me. So, and he looks at the book you're holding and he goes, the book. Give me the book, and I will give you 3 wishes. I want Telos to give me a Telos, I want you to give me a religious check. Religion check, yeah. Sorry.
Is Roth allowed to speak?
Yeah, you guys are all willing to speak. We're no longer in combat. This is just role play here.
Roth ignores. Honos and looks up at the big guy and is like, 3 wishes each or 1 wish each? No, it just goes 3 wishes each.
1 wish for each of you. And he has like a skin like ashen gray, as though there's like ash caked on his skin. His hair is flame, it's like rolling fire, and he has a. You rolled a 16? 15. So you recognize this thing, Telos, to be an Ifriti, a Djinn or a genie, from the plains of fire. That is what you recognize it to be.
Roth holds up his tiny little hand to this guy. He's like, just give us 1 second. 1 second.
Take your time. I have been patient for centuries.
Like,
I am
without-
always patient to gain my book.
Without whispering, he just looks at the others like, shit, we've got a genie. Inter.
Unlimited power. Because you one shot.
Ruff turns to the genie. He's like, just for some clarifications, do we have to do the wishes now, or can we just shut the book and take you away?
You have to promise me the book after your 3 wishes. And you can make your wishes later.
Ross, ready. I wish to have your power, genie.
Interesting. Okay, so here's the thing. He goes, and the others?
What do you want?
I want to power.
Wait a minute.
You want unlimited?
I want to become a god.
He wants the power of his god.
You want to become a god? Yes.
I'm practically a god now.
I'm asking you to confirm.
Yes.
And you, Ranger, he has like fangs, kind of his eyes, beady eyes, just like burning with a flame, like a deep flame inside. Honos. What does Honos do?
Apparently, he just pees his pants.
Also, Honos he's not saying anything. He's just
He's stumped. He's like
stumped.
staring at the book,
Fine.
thinking.
And you want my power. Fair enough.
Dad, I'll tell you.
Since the Ranger cannot make up his mind, see, I would need him to make a wish. I said you could make your wishes later, but they still all must be made at the same time. So for me to honor the fulfillment, then I need his wish. If he wishes nothing, then I can burn that wish. And that is fine. Honos, I need you to speak. And he's just kind of grand creature standing in your presence. Are you fulfilling your wish? What did he say?
He wishes for a glazed donut.
Glazed donut. The finest there ever will be. And suddenly, Telos, you are shuddering with immense power. Your eyes are glowing. All the secrets of the world are pouring into you. And Telos just starts to evaporate. His body is just burning. He doesn't need one as he's literally just disintegrating in front of you all. The form that was Telos turns to ash. The genie takes the book out of your hand, Honos, and hands you this beautiful glazed donut. And you start to feel the power slowly rushing through you, Roth, starting to, as your hair starts to turn into fire, as you start to kind of grow in stature. Is there any moments now? Tell us, is any last words as everyone is gaining this power? Any last sentiments that they might share or things they try to do, because we are closing out the game here? What last remarks?
I scream before I go, unlimited power!
Nice. And he just goes out with that. And you hear Telos' voice echoing through the hall. Unlimited power. Any last words for Honos? As you, if you taste, do you taste the donut? If you do, it is the best. It is the most. It is sugar. It is so fulfilling. It's
My the Homer.
Say it again.
His final comment is that
I'm going to that last line. I'm missing it.
when Homer Simpson eats a donut, he goes, "Oh,
yeah." So,
Roth, as he's, am I saying?
Roth does what?
Is Roth changing into the same genie he sees in front of him?
A very similar, in a very similar fashion, you're changing into him.
As it's all happening, he just kind of goes, "I should have just wished to be taller."
And so, at that moment, there's a blast of light as the genie opens a portal, like a dark portal, and steps through. And as before anybody, it's happened so quickly. Boom! Everything goes from a bright light to black. And later on, the last shot we see is Honos making his way out of the Forgotten Library, coming out from the tower where the bandits were, where the shadows were, where the camp was. He's snacking on the last morsel of that donut. And as he licks his fingers, he looks up to the sky as he realizes there's another god out there watching over him. Here's to Telos, kind of gives prayer hands. And that gray sky kind of rolls back, and we see these eyes, these bright eyes, like two suns looking down, and then they're gone as Tello looks down. And somewhere on the plane of fire, sitting on a bronzed throne, as we push in, is an Ifriti, not the same one, Roth, a bit smaller than most of them, the Jinn, an Ifriti, looking around at his palace. He looks to the camera. I should have just wished to be taller. And we'll fade to black and end tonight's tale. Thank you all for playing. That was great.
Oh man!
Good game.
Thank you. Thank you so much for putting up with our internet issues, our sound issues. That was amazing, and probably the best birthday present I've ever had.
Thank you, man. I'm glad. That was fun, man. You guys are great. I appreciate you. Yeah.
The next couple of days, it's just going to be tag heavy from me. So just feel free to just ignore them if you need to.
No, man. Tag all you wish. I appreciate it. I would love to see. I know that the internet's a little choppy, but I'd love to, see you guys on camera one more time if you think it might work. But that was a lot of fun.
How do I turn it? I start video.
Oh yeah, it's just there you go.
Is
Nice. That's a nice little room, man. Is that like a movie room? It looks great.
Yeah, we're Joseph and his lovely female, his girlfriend, who have rented this amazing Airbnb, and we've come away for a week.
Oh, that's great.
Cinema room.
So how did they trick you? How did they keep you from knowing you were playing D&D today for 5 hours?
Well, Joseph's been getting into D&D, and he's always wanted to like put it on D&D Beyond, so he hasn't got to worry about me printing stuff off and rolling dice.
Yeah,
And I thought he was just really getting into it.
Yeah,
He's been making characters, and I've been like, okay, yeah, no worries. But then they were like, I knew something was a little bit strange when it was like Joseph was like, "Can you go to the cinema room to fix it?"
Yeah.
It was only weird when everyone followed me up the stairs. This is so far away from what I was imagining.
That is awesome.
I was like, "Oh, you've got a film ready." But yeah, this was awesome.
Yeah.
And what a one shot!
Yeah.
That was really cool.
And hopefully it didn't feel too railroady, but I knew we only had one session, right? But I had that ending was all. I mean, that you wrote the Afridi, so that ending was all on the fly. That was great. That was great. Tell us becoming a god.
That was so much fun as well, and I love the way you DM as well. Really cool. Like,
thank you, man.
Moves fast as well. You don't feel like you're bogged down, especially if you don't do anything in your turn, which is what I kind of struggle with. You choose to talk, or you choose to do something a bit out there.
Yeah.
You don't want to feel like you're just wasting your time. So that was really, really cool. I loved it.
I'm glad, man. I'm glad. That's the goal, is to make it feel more narrative and kind of focus on those elements. Because I think those are the lasting elements of the game. Those are the things that really stick to. Man, MVP there, Telos, man. Jake, you're a monster. You beat the puzzle. You got like 3 or 4 divine smites in there. So good stuff. And I like Roth was it's a great character. That was a fun, you created for just walking in and just picking that character up, you created a really good, quick, fun character out of what you were getting.
It's a character I've wanted to play for ages, but no one wants to DM because we live on such a small island.
Got it.
No one wants to DM. So I'm like, oh, I'll do it. But it's a character I've wanted to play for ages, just this crazy little gnome that just runs around thinking he's super strong when in reality he's not. Yeah. He can't do it.
Just know I'm open to whenever you want another game. Let me know. I got you if you ever need a DM so that you can take a break.
Oh man!
Do it again. We can pick up where we left off, or you can create new characters, kind of continue the world, see what it's like.
Continue this session.
You can't have him as a god.
No, you would have to play. You might play a new paladin worshiping yourself.
Yeah.
Worshipping God. Listen. As much as I would love to sit here and talk,
I know it's a long game.
It's 2:30 in the morning, and my son needs to go to bed, and that guy there needs to go to bed.
Thank you, guys. Thank you for sticking with so long. I looked up. I didn't even realize it was like the game when it's.
Nope.
I usually keep the games around 3 hours, but I was having so much fun, and I didn't want to shortchange you guys. So it was.
If it wasn't for these two yawning, I could have carried on playing. I just would have played all 3 characters. So
good stuff, guys. Well, have a good rest of your sleep tight. Thank you.
Thank you so much, my man.
Thank you.
Later, folks. Have a good night. Bye.
Later. Yeah, amazing.